The world was now painted red, and everything in his vision was crimson. The only onol that remained in that place was death. He couldn't help but wonder if there was this much bloodshed necessary. Memories flooded his mind. Brother Jang Mun, his friends and his junior disciples were all lying lifeless. Clashes between more than 20 different sects, including the 10 great sects, and the highest military unit consisting of Paralites with the heavenly demon sect, had resulted in its complete destruction. Error lies in only one person, the devil sent from the heavens, the leader of the heavenly devil sect, Kunme the heavenly demon. Chunma's voice echoed in the battlefield was read as he spoke to the only surviving Mount Hua sect disciple. He talked about the unfortunate fate that befell the young warrior, who could have boasted about killing him for the rest of his life if he managed to escape alive. However, Chunma admits that their journey is over, and there's no way they can go further. He then praised the protagonist's swordsmanship, recognizing the Mount Hua sect's swordsmanship as the greatest in the world. But before he could finish his words, the protagonist, with only one hand left, shouts for Chunma to shut up and attacks him with his sword. But Chunma continued to speak and expressed her disappointment at not having enough time, just one more day, and he can become a man worthy of the name Chunma. He warns the protagonist that their battle is not the end and the devil will are back, taking over the world, and nothing can stop them. As he beheaded Chunma, his mind raced with thoughts. He couldn't help but think about the war that has just ended and the inevitable death that has now approached him. He wondered about the fate of Mount Hua sect. Now every member, and the cult members' followers also lost their lives, leaving only helpless children. He questions whether all the bloodshed was caused by the Mount Hua sect was truly meaningful. He wondered if he could be a little more dedicated to training so he can save at least one more life. But all these thoughts now it means nothing. As he collapsed on top of the pile of corpses, he thinking about the fleeting nature of life and its inevitable end. Whether he wants it or not, contemplating the poetic beauty of the blooming plum blossoms, which, like life, must beans at some point. The 13th disciple of the great Mount Hua sect, and one of the 3 great swordsmen known as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint Chung Myung. After killing Chun Ma, who had caused destruction and chaos in the world, he breathed his last on the mountain peak of the heavenly demon sect headquarters. This short anecdote will be the only legacy he left in this world. An abandoned small child was found outside Mount Hua sect and was taken in as a disciple. As he grew up, he trained together other students his age. One day, a senior student shouted at him, calling him Chung Myung. Chung Myung couldn't help but wonder if his life was flashing before his eyes. The senior disciple scolded him, saying that he was an ascetic practitioner before becoming a martial artist, and that power without ethics is just violence. Chung Myung is tired of hearing the same lectures repeatedly. Even though he was a Mount Hua sect disciple, he knew that he could not fully follow all of its teachings. He felt that he accepted undeserved attention due to his talent. But in reality, he was still a beginner at the sect. He realized that everything he had achieved came from the teachings of Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, an old figure appeared and spoke. It was his brother Jang Mun. He asked Chung Myung, does he regret his past? Chung Myung answered honestly, admitting that he was regretted. He wished that he was more dedicated to following the teachings of Mount Hua sect, and training hard, he can change the tragic ending of the story. However, his brother Jangmun comforted him and told him that there was no need to regret it. Mount Hua sect will continue to exist no matter what happens. As Chung Myung tries to understand the situation, he is suddenly hit on the head. He shouted in surprise. At first he thought it was Chun Ma who hit him, but he soon dismissing the thought as impossible, because he had killed Chun Mei and he should dead. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was a young beggar holding a bamboo stick in his hand. The young beggar repeated Chun Ma's name in a questioning tone. But suddenly he starts screaming and insulting Chung Myung, accusing him of sleeping late while everyone people have gone begging. Despite being one of the Plum Blossom Sword Saints, someone respected even by the Beggars Guild leader, Chung Myung found himself threatened and insulted by a child. As he tried to understand the situation, the young beggar interrupted his thoughts and attacked him with a bamboo stick, telling him that he would die today. When the young beggar attacked, Chung Myung quickly tried to block his swing. However, He was surprised to find that it was his hand became very short, too short to block the attack effectively. In a state of panic, Chung Myung was unable to defend himself and the attack landed on his head. The young beggar continued to attack Chung Myung, hitting him and screaming with himangry. He demands to know if Chung Myung still doesn't understand something, and swears to make him fully understand. The beggar believes that there is a certain limit a person can lose their mind and a good punch is enough to make Chung Myung comes out of his sanity. The beatings continued and Chung Myung was unable to defend himself. Suddenly, a beggar enters the room and witnesses the incident before leaving quietly, planning to come back later. The only sound heard from Chung Myung's room washes desperate pleas for mercy, as he begged to be spared the incessant beatings. After being beaten, Chung Myung sat by the lake and cleaned the blood off his nose. He made painful noises and thought about how he had never been beaten this bad, even in Mount Hua sect. Shaking with anger, he decided that he will taking care of the beggars' guild, even if it was for the sake of that boy. As he looked into the water and saw his reflection, he wondered who the child he saw was. He thought about the possibility of reincarnation mentioned in Buddhism and thought that if he knew reincarnation was possible, he would have entered the Shaolin temple, not Mount Hua. Suddenly, the beggar leaves Chung Myung's house when he was beaten appeared and called him. Chung Myung turns around and recognizes him and asks if he was the one who immediately ran away. The beggar asks if he is okay and reveals that it was the young beggar, Jongpal, who beat him. It was always like that. But today he went a little overboard. Chung Myung interrupted the young beggar and raised his finger and said that he wanted to ask one thing. But after a while, he changed his mind and raised two fingers while saying, "Let me ask two things." Both Chung Myung and the beggar looked at each other and expressed their expressions. The beggar's face looked confused. After a moment of silence, Chung Myung asked serious tone, "Am I a beggar?" The young beggars responded by saying that it was clear that they were both beggars, considering the state of Chung Myung's clothes. Chung Myung sat down and scratching his head, exclaimed in frustration and disbelief that he couldn't possibly be a beggar. He then turned to the young beggar and asked the second question, demanding to know if he knows who Chun Ma is. The young beggar looked at Chung Myung in annoyance and commented that he was originally thought he was acting normally towards someone who had been beaten badly, but now it seemed he was wrong. Chung Myung, losing his patience, shouted at the young beggar to answer just the question. The young beggar sighed and answered that he was know who Chun Ma is. He was the leader of the heavenly demon sect who had died 100 last year. Hearing this, Chung Myung was shocked and shouted in disbelief the news that Chun Ma had died 100 years ago. Chung Myung grabbed the young beggar's shirt and repeated in disbelief that Chun Ma had died 100 years ago. The young beggar, confused by Chung Myung's actions, asked what it does, but Chung Myung ignores the question and asks if he say which are actually. The young beggar answered that there's no point in lying to him, and Chung Myung takes off his clothes. He couldn't believe what was happening, just heard. 100 years have passed since he killed Chun Ma. Chung Myung's frustration grows when he wonders why he can't be sent back to the afterlife he died. He felt as if he had been abandoned in a world that moved on without him, and wondering how things could go so wrong. The young beggar noticed Chung Myung's distress and asked if he was okay. But Chung Myung still lost in his own thoughts. He then remembered Mount Hua sect and how they became one of the most powerful sects in the world of martial arts, and wondered if they also affected by the passage of time. Chung Myung turned to the young beggar and asked him about what happened with Mount Hua sect. But the young beggar appeared confused and asked what the Mount Hua sect was. Chung Myung's mind was filled with questions after hearing the young beggar's answer. He then asked if he was a beggar, and the young beggar answered in the affirmative, stating that he is just like Chung Myung. Chung Myung continued his questions and assumed that since the young beggar was part of the Beggars Guild, he must know about Mount Hua sect, which was one of the 10 great sects, was just like Beggars Guild. He expressed his disbelief as the beggar didn't seem to know what he was talking about. But the beggar looked at Chung Myung with a questioning expression and answered, asking what nonsense is he spouting. He then named the 10 major sects: Shaolin Temple, Wudang sect, Dian Kang sect, Kong Tong sect, King Cheng sect, Ma sect, Hainan sect, Kunlun sect, Gaebang Union, and Zhongnan sect. He stated that there was no such thing as Mount Hua sect in the 10 great sects. Chung Myung is confused by the beggar's answer, wondering how this is possible. Mount Hua sect was not part of the 10 great sects. That is the end of chapter 1. So now let's read next to chapter 2. Chung Myung grabbed the young beggar's clothes and shook him in surprise. He doesn't believe what he had just heard. The South Island sect has become one of the 10 big sects, and Mount Hua sect was no longer part of them. Chung Myung focus quickly shifted as he demanded to know more about Mount Hua sect. The young beggar struggled to remember something useful, until he suddenly remembered something about the map of Shaanxi province. He spoke up and said that he had heard of such a sect before, and that it probably existed on the map of Shaanxi province somewhere. Chung Myung was immediately interested, and asked did the young beggar know more. The beggar continued and said that even though he did not sure whether Mount Hua sect was one of the 10 great sects, he knew that sect has fallen. This news shocked Chung Myung, who couldn't believe it. Mount Hua sect, one of the 3 most prominent sects in the world, along with Wudang and the Northern Loyalty family, have fallen. He let go of the young beggar, who fell to the groundland. Chung Myung refuses to believe it and states that he needs to see for his own eyes. After the young beggar fell to the ground, he looked at Chung Myung in confusion. Chung Myung stated that he was heading to Mount Hua to see the situation for himself. The young beggar warned him not to go, as he might about to be beaten again, and suggested that he just go begging. Chung Myung shouted at him to be quiet and asked him to answer a few more questions. He pointed out himself and asked the young beggar to identify his name. The young beggar answered with wondering why a beggar has to have a name. The beggar finally gave in and said that Chung Myung's name is Cho Sam. He then asked about his age, and the young beggar replied that he didn't know because beggars don't record their ages. Chung Myung stretched his cheeks and estimated his age to be around 15 or 16 years old based on his complexion. Chung Myung continued his questions and asked the name of the young beggar and the name of the person who beat him. The young beggar was somewhat surprised by Chung Myung's requests, asking if he really doesn't remember anything. He then gave his name as Guchul, and the name of the person who defeated Chung Myung was Cho Sam, but they called him Zhongpao. Chung Myung stated that he was returning the favor double and take revenge tenfold. He asked Guchul to remember his name, Chung Myung from Mount Hua sect, and that he would return the favor the next time they met. After saying this, Chung Myung started to walk away, leaving Guchul standing there alone, but soon he went back and approached Guchul. He asked Guchul about the way to Mount Hua Shaanxi province. The beggar, knowing that he had no other choice in the matter, could only sigh in response. As soon as Chung Myung got the information he needed from beggar, he immediately ran. Every step he took, his mind raced with the thought that he was walking, without assistance with any means of transportation. Despite feeling tired and her face flushed from the exertion, Chung Myung continues, telling himself that he has never ridden before something as slow as a horse, even in his previous life. However, he still ran now, with his body protested against the pressure. As he stumbled and fell to the ground, Chung Myung gasps for breath and exclaims in frustration that he is going to die. He realized that his body wasn't fit for such a task, and he was already tired after just a few minutes' run. He couldn't help but think the tough journey he would face. How would he get to Shaanxi province with his current physical condition? He knew he would most likely faint or even die on the way there. Moment that, a smile appeared on Chung Myung's face as he revealed that he had a plan. In this is where his cunning and deceit come into play. Chung Myung's determination grew stronger as he pulled his face from the ground and laughing like crazy, with a sense of excitement spreading through him. He knew that he only needed to train in martial arts to make the most of this opportunity. Chung Myung is aware that even those who have reached the peak of martial arts have regret that they didn't focus enough on the basics when they were younger. Moreover, they also regretted not training harder when their seniors urged them to it, and that they shouldn't get caught drinking the liquor their brother was hiding. Chung Myung remembers the taste of the alcohol, saying that it was delicious. As he started walking, Chung Myung decided to look for a place where he could avoid contact with the physical world as much as possible. Chung Myung sat under the tree and thought the next step. He had a wealth of knowledge regarding advanced martial arts techniques stored away in his head, including the history of the Manhwa sect and methods of inner ki cultivation techniques. He knew that he could easily learn many techniques other than those taught in Manhwa sect. However, Chung Myeon decided to start with a basic technique called equilibrium. Although it is a cheap technique sold in illegal street shops, equilibrium is one of the beginner techniques taught in the Manhwa sect. That does not significantly increase the strength of one's inner ki, but it is perfect for cleansing body. Chung Myeon understands the importance of building a strong foundation for inner body strength, and he believes that perfecting balance is the first step to achieving this. He knew that he needed to clean properly any impure energy absorbed from its surroundings, akin to correcting small misalignments in the strand after strand of large cloth. And if he could gather the cleansed energy into Danshin body, he would become a formidable martial artist. Chung Myeon had just finished his balance training, and he felt happy enveloped him. He believed that his newly cultivated Danshin would become the foundation which will open up a new world for him. With a small but strong force, he was sure will roll like a snowball and eventually become an avalanche that no one will be able to stop. When he woke up, he thought about whether he should run to Manhwa now, eager to test out his new skills. However, before he could take a step, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and the next second he fall to the ground. Lying on the ground, Chung Myeon realized that he had spent all his energy learning the technique. Balance doesn't help the seance when he needed to use his body urgently, and he cursed his misfortune. Moment that day, his brother Jangwon's image appeared in his vision and spoke to him. He said, "Sometimes Chung Myeon forgets to use his brain." However, annoyed Chung Myeon ordered brother Jangwon left because he annoyed Chung Myeon. With a sense of despair, Chung Myeon shouted loudly, wondering how he could reach Manhwa at this speed. In the village area, a young beggar hurriedly walked into the street and approached a old man, addressed him as brother. The older beggar asked what was wrong. The young beggar reported that a novice beggar was intercepting all their beggar money. He explained that the beggar was a small-looking child, and everyone gave him coins. The older beggar got up and said that they needed to teach the novice beggar a lesson. The young beggar pointed at another beggar, who was none other than Chung Myeon. Older beggar shouted at Chung Myeon, but he didn't react and continued eating. The older beggar shouted again, calling Chung Myeon a brat and asking if he was deaf. Chung Myeon looked back and casually asked if the older beggar was talking about him. This makes the older beggar angry, and he accuses Chung Myeon of speaking informally to him, claiming that the child must have lost his mind at such a young age. While cracking his hand, the older beggar warns Chung Myeon that he doesn't know whose permission it is he had to get to beg there. He said that since Chung Myeon was still young, he would let him go without getting hurt, but only if he leaves everything he has and gets out of there. Chung Myeon looked at the beggars and then at the bread he was eating. He called the beggar came out, said that they had no shame and even took his food. The younger beggar became angry and called Chung Myeon a naughty child. Chung Myeon got up and started stretching his arm, then punched the air several times, testing his strength. He announced that his Danshin wasn't perfect yet, but it would be enough for now. He warned the beggars that he weak and will not hit them hard, but they may come to him at once. The older beggar became angry and ordered the two younger beggars to kill Chung Myeon. As they ran to attack him, Chung Myeon easily dodged the young beggar's blows and retaliated with his own blow, sent the young beggar flying. Chung Myeon shouted at the beggars, declaring himself to be the plum blossom sword saint of the great Manhwa sect, and started to fight back and started beating the three beggars. After Chung Myeon beat the beggars, the three of them sat on their knees together, body full of bruises. The older beggars apologized for their behavior while on the phone. Chief Chung Myeon, who was eating bread, questioned why the beggar mentioned Ithi is the chief of the tribe. The beggar asks if he should be called Chief Beggar, but Chung Myeon gets angry and asks if he just called her a beggar. Older beggar bowed and apologized again. Chung Myeon then asked if they knew the fastest way to get to Shanxi province. The older beggar thought for a moment and then burst out laughing, saying that he was asking something very obvious. Chung Myeon thought the beggar might know something. so he asked if he did know about Shaanxi province. The older beggar chuckled and replied that if they knew of such a thing, they will not become beggars. Chong Myung didn't say anything and just stared the old beggar. Chong Myung then started to smile and said it seemed he was barking up the wrong tree. He then started laughing, and the older beggar joined in. However, suddenly he grabbed the older beggar's clothes, surprising him. The beggar looked at Chong Myung with a questioning expression, while warning him that if they meet again in the future, he better be prepared and answer if Chong Myung asks him something. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. Chong Myung then told them to leave if they understood it, and they immediately ran off, answered in a frightened voice that they understood what Chong Myung meant. That is the end of chapter 2. So now let's we next to chapter 3. In a valley surrounded by mountains with stunning views, an old man stood at the side window, admiring the stunning view and blooming plum blossoms. Suddenly, a voice called him from outside, addressing him as sect leader. Sect leader turned around and warmly welcomed the person, Unam, enters the room and mentions that it wasn't anything important, but a child requested to meet the sect leader. Curious, the sect leader looked outside and saw Chong Myung standing there with his hands raised in greeting. Chong Myung respectfully greeted the sect leader, introduced himself, and expressed his desire to join Mount Hua sect. The sect leader ponders and asks Unam if he has told Chong Myung that there does not accept new members. Unam confirmed that he had done it, but even so, Chong Myung really wanted to meet the sect leader. When they turned to Chong Myung, he appeared smiled, but in reality, he was very upset. To understand why, we need back to a moment ago. Chong Myung arrived at Mount Hua with stick in hand and gasping for breath. He thought of the shortcut the three beggars told him about, but that didn't help him much. Even so, he finally got here, and he swore he would not forgive the beggars if they met again. With determination in his eyes, Chong Myung started climbing the stairs, panting. He promised himself to climb as if his life depended on it. After climbing the stairs, Chong Myung started climbing the mountain. Suddenly, the rock he was holding in fell, but he managed to balance himself. With a stick in his mouth, he looked down and thought that anything was possible if he was tenacious enough. He continued to climb and vowed to reach the top of Mount Hua. Once he reached the top, Chong Myung stood up and looked forward while panting. He couldn't believe it when he realized that the Mount Hua sect's signboard was gone. He shouted frustrated, remembering the past and the nameplate that Brother Jang Mun cleaned every time morning. He wondered where it had gone and almost went crazy. Moment the sect door opened, and someone asked who was there. Unam looked at Chong Myung and saw that it was just a child. He asks if Chong Myung came alone, and how could he came all the way here alone. Chong Myung looked at Unam, but did not answer that question. He thought to himself that he had just climbed up here. Nonetheless, he cleared his throat and said there was something he wanted to ask. He wants to know if Unam is a martial arts practitioner of Mount Hua sect. Unam confirmed that he was indeed from Mount Hua sect. Chong Myung was happy to know that the sect had not completely disappeared. Unam interrupted his thoughts and invited him in. Chong Myung looked at him with a questioning look and asked what was going on. Unam explained that they didn't accept outsiders, but it was too late for him to come back down. He said that they couldn't let guests from the Mount Hua sect come back down midnight because the weather on Mount Hua becomes very cold when night falls. As Chong Myung entered through the sect door, he was shocked by what he saw. The training ground had a dirt floor, and he wondered why don't they just use marble. Unam noticed his expression and asked, "What is it?" Chong Myung tried to calm himself down and forced a smile, saying that the training ground is very spacious and nice. Unam seemed satisfied with the response. However, as they walked further, Chong Myung realized that the entire building was gone, and he was shocked. He thought in disbelief what happened to Heavenly Golden Palace. Chong Myung pointed at the missing building and asked Unam if the building was always empty. Unam responded by humming in acknowledgement that it was also obvious to Chong Myung. He explains that the palace once stood empty land, but now it's gone. Chong Myung wonders where they went, but Unam just laughs and says that's not something anyone his age would know. He admitted that it was embarrassing for a martial arts practitioner to say, but it was a kind of wound of glory. Chung Myung wasn't convinced and muttered, "Oh my." Won-am asks what he said, but Chung Myung quickly brushes it off, saying that it is nothing. Won-am motioned for Chung Myung to follow him quietly. As they walked, Chung Myung's thoughts drifted. He couldn't help but feel empathy towards Mount Hwa-sek's decision to sell the heavenly golden palace. He realized that they must have faced countless hardships and difficulties in trying to keep the sect in order has not disappeared until now. After a while, Won-am stopped in front of a building and stated that it was Yuyuan Temple. Chung Myung took a moment to observe the temple and noticed that the temple appeared to be intact. Won-am opened the door and motioned for Chung Myung to come in. He whispered that Mount Hwa sect was a martial arts sect, and as such, guests also had certain responsibilities, including paying respects to their ancestors. So he told Chung Myung to prepare to pay his respects to their ancestors. Chung Myung entered the room and installed a questioning expression on his face. He noticed the golden candlestick bestowed to ancestor Daetong rites by the emperor of the Jin dynasty, hanging scrolls handwritten by ancestors, the gold-plated decorations, and paintings that used to fill the room were all gone. Chung Myung scanned the room with his eyes, and his expression suddenly changed, surprised. He noticed a flower was missing. He exclaimed aloud, wondering where did the flowers go. Won-am looked at Chung Myung, who was acting strangely, and said in a questioning tone, asking what flower. Chung Myung looked back and clarified that there should be flowers in the room and wonder where they went. Won-am heard her question and asked how she knew about the flower. After thinking for a moment, Won-am remembered that there were plum blossoms made of strange white metal which used to be in the room. Chung Myung's eyes lit up in recognition, and he immediately asked where the flower was. When Chung Myung listened to Won-am's explanation with a pale face, Won-am smiled and revealed the truth. They have sold the flowers, because of them couldn't find a use for it, and didn't fit in with the temple decoration. However, they are managed to find a trader willing to buy it at a good price. Chung Myung fell to his knees in shock and despair. He thought about Mount Hwa sect's unfortunate fate, and how they lost their sacred artifact. To this sacred artifact of the Mount Hwa sect was a white plum flower with nighttime fragrance and divine sword of the violet dawn. White plum flowers with nocturnal fragrance, not as flashy as gold and not as flashy as silver. But this flower holds the righteous spirit of Mount Hwa sect, made it a sacred artifact. And now these fools have sold it. As Chung Myung kneels, Won-am rushes to him and asks if he is okay. Chung Myung knew that he needed to intervene as quickly as possible before they made it bigger mess. Suddenly, he bowed to Won-am and proposed application. He asked Won-am to allow him to meet the sect leader and join Mount Hwa sect. The scene then shifts to the present, where the sect leader looked at Chung Myung with a curious expression. He asks if Chung Myung knew about Mount Hwa sect because he wanted to join them. Chung Myung confirms that he knows about the sect and wants to join the sect, and the sect leader considered the request. He knew that entering the sect not an easy task. As he thought about his next move, Chung Myung thought that he had a plan. He decided to use the name Chung Jin Yang, supposedly lost in the middle of the war. Chung Myung went on to explain that Chung Jin had fallen from a cliff and was found by a passing lumberjack, who treated him the wound. In gratitude, Chung Jin taught the lumberjack a martial arts technique Mount Hwa sect and treated him as his disciple. Chung Myung then reveals that he are the descendants of the tree cutter. Chung Myung's face lit up with a smile at the moment he thought that this was the perfect scenario. He was happy to be able to decide his own position in the sect with this story. As the grandson of a lumberjack, his position technically on the same level as the sect leader. This scenario is not the only unimpressive, but would also put him in a higher position than the younger players. Chung Myung then waited for the sect leader's response, ready to face rejection or questions that may confront him. However, Chung Myung was surprised by the sect leader's unexpected approval of his entry into the sect. He looked at the sect leader confusedly, trying to understand what had just happened. The sect leader then explains that if Chung Myung really wants to join the sect, then he should be allowed to do so. This decision even surprised Won-am, who remanded the sect leader due to his previous statement about not accepting any more entries into the sect. However, the sect leader changed his mind. believing that it might be their fate to accept Chung Myung into the sect. Chung Myung couldn't believe his luck, and he couldn't folding back the feeling that the sect leader should have been more suspicious of foreigners before accepting them into the sect. The sect leader then explained philosophy, stating that they do not chase away birds seeking refuge or animals seeking refuge food in winter. Likewise, they cannot deny a child who is desperately seeking entry into the sect. The sect leader then instructed Am to provide a place to stay for Chung Myung and prepare for the acceptance ceremony. Am straight away bowed in agreement and promised to immediately prepare everything. Chung Myung's plan had failed, and instead of being on the same level as the sect leader, instead he found himself at the bottom. He felt disappointed because of his plan didn't go according to his wishes. Chung Myung put on his new uniform and felt disappointed in himself for wearing the clothes of a third-rank student. He looked around the room, wondering where he was. He thought he remembered this place is used as a living room. He peeked out the bedroom door and found it strange that this was a temporary place for those scheduled to enter the sect. He remembered that Manhwa sect originally didn't have private dormitory rooms, and newly joined members will immediately form a bond contract with their teacher and stay in their teacher's room. He walked out of his room and curiosity got the better of him, and he peeked through the door of a nearby room. Surprisingly, he realized that there were people staying in this room. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind which surprised him. Chung Myung turned around and found a disciple in a Manhwa sect uniform standing behind him. That's the end of chapter 3. Let's next to chapter 4. The student shouted at him, questioning his intentions, and asked if he was a thief. As the commotion continued, the boarders rose from their rooms and started discussing the situation. One person asked what happened, while another asked about Jo Gul. Jo Gul explains that he caught someone peeking into his room. Chung Myung sighed inwardly, wondering why he always seemed to attract trouble. Suddenly a loud voice interrupted the commotion. It belonging to the chief of the boarding house asked for silence. Great brother enters the room and scolds the students for causing trouble in the dormitory when it came time for training. The disciples immediately apologized to Great brother. Great brother then turned his attention to Chung Myung and asks her name. Chung Myung introduces himself, and Great brother recognizes Hymus, the new resident of the White Plum Blossom dormitory. Great brother instructs him to rest for the rest of the day and participate in training starting the next day. Meanwhile, the other students were told to leave and go downstairs. The students obediently followed Great brother out of the room. Jo Gul, however, turned around and threatens Chung Myung that he will deal with him later and teach him a lesson. After Jo Gul left the dorm, Chung Myung stood alone with a blank expression on his face. He mused to himself, noting that they were his cute little successors from the Manhwa sect, and he would make sure to give them proper attention, even if the method's different from the others. After their practice session, Jo Gul approaches Chung Myung and asked him to take it off. Chung Myung asked confusedly what to doze off. Jo Gul asks him to take off everything he is wearing, suggesting that is the way to go for men to get closer to each other. Jo Gul suggested that he take off all this clothes dance and get beaten up a bit, as this will strengthen his affection towards brother Jangmun. Chung Myung's expression darkened because of Jo Gul's insistence on taking off all her clothes. Chung Myung asked. He wanted to know about the dorm counselor, Great brother, but Jo Gul tells him that Great brother doesn't practice in the afternoon. He also commented that the naughty boy couldn't stop talking, made him change his mind about their previous plans. Jo Gul suggests they start with a little beating. Chung Myung then made an unexpected move, asked Jo Gul to flex his neck muscles. Jo Gul seemed confused by the request when suddenly Chung Myung's fist landed on his mouth, cutting him off mid-sentence. The impact was so devastating. The roof of the boarding house was damaged, leaving a hole. The students present in the Plum Blossom dormitory were stunned as they watched Chung Myung's actions. Chung Myung stands with his arms raised high, and Jo Gul is stuck in boarding house roof. The members of the hostel also shed tears when they saw Jo Gul's difficulties. A few moments later, all the students sat inside straight line and bowed to Chung Myung. Chung Myung then ordered brother Yoonjong, who was massaging his shoulders, to apply more pressure, and told him that he gave him special treatment because he was the great brother there. Yoon Jong responded with a respectful tone and promised to do his best. Chung Myung looked at Jo Gol, who was prostrating in front of him. When Chung Myung called Jo Gol, he looking shaken with fear. But Chung Myung assures Jo Gol that he one-third him and asked him to report it. He then explained that he still wasn't used to it with the situation at Mount Hwasek and had some questions for him. Jo Gol answered respectfully and said that he could ask him anything. Chung Myung then asked Jo Gol about the Heavenly Golden Palace and the reason behind the chaos in Mount Hwasek. Jo Gol hesitated for a moment and then asked if Chung Myung knew about the Plum Blossom Holy Sword. Chung Myung admits that he did and internally thinks that he is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. According to the Sasuk, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint played a major role in defeating Chuma. However, this victory was infuriating the remaining heavenly demon sect group, who then barged into Hanyuan region. For some reason, they forced themselves to reach Mount Hua and burned the entire mountain. As a result, Mount Hua sect suffered heavy damage and has not been able to recover its former strength. After hearing this, he realized that he might was the reason why Mount Hua sect fell. He was filled with regret and frustration of this awareness. Brother Jang Mun and Chung Myung sat in a small table in Mount Hua sect. Jang Mun brought up the Tae Flummox sword technique, which does not have a Taoist aspect and is not very strong. He advised that it would not become a problem to remove the technique from the sect's teachings. Chung Myung, who was busy eating, agreed with Jang Mun's assessment and even suggested throwing it away this technique. Jang Mun hesitated, because the technique was left behind by their ancestors. Chung Myung then suggests a solution. To prevent children from being attracted of him, they had to remove it completely from the library. Jang Mun was happy with the idea and agreed to follow through. Then Jang Mun changed the topic and revealed that he didn't call Chung Myung there just to discuss this matter. Chung Myung looked at Jang Mun curiously, wondering what else was on his mind. Jang Mun suggested that it was time for Chung Myung to accept some disciples, and asked him how he planned to teach them. Chung Myung answered with a smile, suggesting that he should beat them up first. Once he beats them to the brink of death, they will surpass their limits and make the impossible happen. After that conversation, Jang Mun never talking about student topics. Suddenly, Yoon Jong's voice broke Chung Myung's daydream. Yoon Jong reports that the dorm counselor, Great Brother, has called Chung Myung to come to Sam's training grounds, where he will participate in training started that day. When all the students stand up training ground with knives in their hands and following Brother's instructions to perform this technique, Chung Myung and Unam stand side by side watching practice. However, Chung Myung's face looked questioning. Chung Myung expressed his curiosity to Unam by asking about his sword techniques practiced by students. Unam explains that this technique is called Equilibrium Sword Technique and is the basic sword technique for all another technique of the Mount Hua sect. However, Chung Myung watches them practice with a strange expression on his face. He argued that the technique did not help in making children stronger, and more in hindering their progress. According to him, the technique is too complicated for beginners and is similar to teaching alphabet using a complicated thesis book. He approached the practice area with a sword in his hands and continued to ponder his thoughts. Chung Myung believes that practicing this technique may provide a temporary advantage to the participant, but without a proper basis, this technique would be useless to them. He concluded that if the students wanted to practice these techniques, at least they should be taught properly. Chung Myung looks up at the beautiful blue sky and compares its emptiness to the future Mount Hua sect. He felt lost and wasn't sure where to start to help the sect. Turning to one of the students, he called out to him, startling the young man. Chung Myung then asks him what else they learned besides the equilibrium sword technique. The disciple stammered a bit and explained that they would be studying sword techniques the 7 sages after mastering the equilibrium sword technique, and then about to graduate from Plum Blossom House to learn the Little King sword technique. Finally, after studying everyone, they would be able to learn Mount Hua sect's sacred techniques, Tae Flummox sword technique. Chung Myung's expression turned dumbfounded when his disciple mentioned the Tae Flummox sword technique. Memories of Brother Jones' wordsman appeared in Chung Myung's mind again. His mouth dropped open in disbelief as he processed the situation. He was frustrated and confused, unable to understand why they were studying technique they had agreed to discard. He couldn't help but wonder what happened with their supposed 24 moves plum blossom sword technique learn. Suddenly a brother interrupted Chung Myung's reverie by shouting, demanding to know who was speaking and ordering the person to move forward immediately. At Plum Blossom Dormitory, Chung Myung calls Jo Gul and asks Jo Gul for help, and Jo Gul eagerly agrees, asking what help he could do. Chung Myung instructs Jo Gul to gather everyone at the front White Plum Blossom Dormitory at 5 a.m. the next day and prepared 5/8 per person. Jo Gul is surprised by Chung Myung's request and asks if he really wants her to prepare that. Chung Myung asks if Jo Gul thinks he can't do it, and Jo Gul responds with nervously says that he will finish his work. As Chung Myung watched Jo Gul leave, he pondered the state of the Mount Hoa sect. He knows that the sect lacked wealth, technique, and talent, and had the potential to collapse overnight. However, of these three factors, Chung Myung believes that talent is the only one thing he can control. Despite being the third-year student at the moment apparently not very talented, Chung Myung remembered the saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. He considered raising this talentless brother as his first step in the journey of rebuilding the Mount Hoa sect. At 5 a.m., all the students gathered outside the White Plum Blossom boarding house. One of them expressed his annoyance at who made them come and go as they pleased. He turned to Jo Gul and Yoon Jong and hoped they would agree. Jo Gul thought to himself that they probably weren't at the boarding house last night. Suddenly, Chung Myung appears and asks if he is they were talking about. Brother who complained confirmed that it was him and questioned this lack of respect for his seniors. Chung Myung's face showed some thought, but then he smiled broadly and apologized, saying that he must have been lacking to understand his brother. He approaches the complaining and suggests that they chatted briefly in the boarding house as an apology. Chung Myung leads everyone who complains inside the dormitory. The students who left outside watching as the dormitory building immediately began to shake. Jo Gul surprised and thought that the building was shaking slightly. Not long after, all the people who entered the boarding house ran in fear until they formed a line outside. Chung Myung expressed his satisfaction with their behavior, but also asked them to quieter, or they will wake up the great Sasuk who was previously complaining. Chung Myung then greets them and states that they will practice together each morning at the same time. As the morning sun rises, Great Brother opens his eyes and realized that no one had come to greet him in the morning. He felt a little bit annoyed and thought that everyone in the White Plum Blossom dormitory must be still asleep. While getting ready, he continued his thoughts, considering there were new arrivals in the house, so they must all still be asleep after that completed their strange welcoming ceremony. He left his room and started walking around thinking that he would teach them a proper lesson this time. Great Brother initially thought that even if Jo Gul went too wild, Yoon Jong would be there to stop it from going too far. However, when he arrived at the boarding house, he was confused by the sight before him. Some of the disciples were lying on the ground, while others, trying to get up, and some struggling to catch their breath. Great Brother looked at them and wondered why everyone was in such bad shape. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked out loud, "What's going on here?" However, none of the students answered his question, and they tried to look away. Great Brother doesn't understand why his students are avoiding his questions. As a senior at home, they should tell you what happened. His eyes then fell on Jo Gul looking like he had just come out of the grave. However, his attention was quickly attracted to the figure standing behind Jo Gul, the newcomer who arrived the day before. Chung Myung is doing squats while lifting heavy weights placed on his shoulders. Although his body was shaking, he didn't stop and pulled the weight and counted 10,085. That's the end of Chapter 4. Let's we next to Chapter 5. Chung Myung casts his gaze downwards and realizes that Senior Brother is standing right there underneath. Realizing this, he called Senior Brother the Great Sasuk. Senior Brother met his gaze, realizing that Chung Myung looked very tired, even his legs trembling as he stood up. Concerned about Chung Myung's health, Ungum turned around and ordered his students to bring him water immediately. But Chung Myung insisted that it was nothing to worry about. After he quenched his thirst, Senior Brother asked him to explain what happened. Chung Myung responded with a smile and explained that it was just a small exercise they decided to do together starting that day, and everyone was excited and pushing themselves too much. Because it was the first day, senior brother looked at the students wondering if they were really excited and saw them shaking heads in denial. But they all stop as soon as Chung Myung looks at them. Senior brother thought inwardly, wondering how they could be so afraid of this new kid. Thinking that he needs to give Chung Myung a warning, senior brother rebukes him, saying that the White Plum Blossom dormitory had its own rules, and Askuo gave him permission to sacrifice his sleep for training. Chung Myung simply replied, "Then I'll stop." Senior brother was surprised by this unexpected response, and in anger he thought that he could focus on the fact that Chung Myung had threatened his senior. However, when he saw Chung Myung's innocent face, senior brother gave up on the idea. He realized if he did that, it would upset everyone looking like fools, including himself for being pressured to train by a newcomer. Chung Myung interrupts his thoughts and asks senior brother for 1 month's time. He promised to produce results within the specified time period, while at the same time admitting respecting the determination of his fellow students during challenging training sessions. He turned to them and asked if they agreed, and they answered in the affirmative. Senior brother watches Chung Myung and thinks that he probably means no one would dare to complain to him. He wondered where someone like him came from, because he had taken complete control over third graders, but intends to use that control solely for training objectives. Senior brother asks why Chung Myung insists on practicing every morning, remembering the difficulty of the task. Chung Myung answered, saying that they could become strong enough with the teachings of Sasek the Great, but they could speed up the process by putting in more effort on their part. Therefore, it is natural if they sacrifice their sleep for training. Senior brother then asked Chung Myung what he thought was the most important aspect of caring brother Nia. Chung Myung replies that it is courtesy, and he will consider his brother like the sky. Senior brother smiled unconsciously as he thought that Chung Myung will not look down on his seniors, but maintain good manners towards them to maintain hierarchy. He then spoke to the disciples, expressing his admiration for their determination to participate in the dawn training voluntarily. He encouraged them to continue their efforts and assure them that they will achieve extraordinary results if they keep doing it. When senior brother leaves, the students try to ask help, but he ran past them at lightning speed. After senior brother left, Chung Myung clapped his hands and with a smile, suggested that they chat for a while at boarding house, assuring them that he did not mean to harm them in any way. A few moments later, just screams were heard from the boarding house. Several days passed while Chung Myung sat down to practice. He thought about his progress and the things he discovered about Mount Hoa sect. He noted that his danchin was still small and weak, but it was starting to settle down. He also knew about the White Plum Blossom dormitory, which is a private dormitory that was created in a hurry due to lack of people to form student master contract with. Chung Myung also thought about the sect leader in Dundu, noting that while their personalities are weak, their powers can't even be compared to Mount Hoa sect 100 years ago. As a result, their students become very weak. However, Chung Myung was not discouraged by this. He believes that with his presence in the sect, becoming the strongest sect was not an unattainable dream. In the dining hall, a group of students sat eating. One of them tried eating with chopsticks, but the chopsticks fell from his grasp, causing him to exclaim frustration. He screams that they shouldn't train to the point where they can't even eat right. Turning to Jojo Gol, he asks him to speak to Chung Myung on his behalf. He complained that he had trouble using chopsticks for days, and that makes him crazy. Jojo Gol was silent for a moment. Finally, he speaks up, saying that they talk too much. He put down his chopsticks and told them that their brother was not their lackey. He asked them why they didn't go and talk to him directly, because there is no need to involve other people. Jojo Gol then stood up and spoke to Yoonjong, asking if he could take a moment. Yoonjong agreed, and they both left. As they walked out, Yoonjong commented on Jojo Gol's fresh appearance. But Jojo Gol was silent for a moment, then asked Yoonjong's opinion about the Mount Hoa sect. Yoonjong stated that it was a difficult question to answer. Jojo Gol then shared that once he decided to return to his hometown, everything would be over for him. He wondered if Yoonjong planned to spend his entire life on Mount Hoa. Yoonjong admits that Jojo Gul is right. There was a moment of silence between them before Jojo Gul spoke again, saying that he initially thought it was Mount Hoa sected is over. Yoonjong scolded him for being impolite and reminded him that it was not something he should say easily. Jojo Gul states that he has changed his mind about the Mount Hoa sect. After Chung Myung arrived, he realized that he had never pushed himself to the same level in training. Seeing Chung Myung training intensely without showing signs of fatigue inspired Jojo Gul to try his best and become a master capable of leading the whole world. Yoonjong agreed with a smile, saying that he shared Jojo Gul's thoughts. Meanwhile, Chung Myung watches from a nearby tree, feeling happy with the results. He thought that convincing senior brother was easy enough, but he still had a way to go. Before he could think further, a loud shout interrupted him. He asks the sect leader to come out. Outside the gates of Mount Hoa sect, a group of people shouted and banged on the door, demanding to be let in immediately. Without warning, the doors suddenly opened, and a crowd of people charged into the sect, causing chaos and demanding the sect leader leave. Despite senior brother and Unam's efforts to pacify the unruly group, they would not listen. Chung Myung watched in disbelief that they broke through Mount Hoa sect gate. He wondered what was going on. Suddenly one of the intruders spoke up, saying that they had waited long enough and no can wait any longer. They demanded to know when Mount Hoa sect would pay them back. Chung Myung was shocked to hear the request for payment, his mouth agape in disbelief, and couldn't help but question whether Mount Hoa sect was truly in debt considering the current situation. The group of intruders arrived at the sect leader's residence and started shouting one after another, demanding the sect leader to come out immediately and stop running away. The moment the sect leader's room opened, everyone's attention turned to the door, and silence fell over the crowd. Confidently, Mount Hoa sect leader stood in front of them and asked why they had come so late at night. Chung Myung, who was observing the situation, thought that the sect leader truly embodied the essence of the sect leader of Mount Hoa sect. Every movement and way of speaking exuded a sophisticated aura. One of the intruders couldn't contain his frustration and shouted, questioning why the cult leader was trying to act calm about the situation. Chung Myung confirmed his previous suspicions, thinking that the cult leader was just trying to act cool. A fat man in a red robe, who seemed to be the leader of the group of intruders, greeted the sect leader and asked how he was doing. The sect leader acknowledged pavilion owner Gong's unexpected presence and expressed his surprise at Gong's arrival in person. Gong chuckled and explained that he felt uncomfortable having to visit them for such business. He mentioned that he didn't want to climb Mount Hoa again if possible, but because many people requested his presence, he was forced to come here. Gong emphasized that the sect leader needed to understand the reasons behind these people's concerns, as the agreed date had long passed. The sect leader closed his eyes in contemplation, and Gong continued to speak, stating that they had tried to understand Mount Hoa sect's situation several times. He said that if they had followed the contract strictly, they would have demanded payment for breaking the promised date. However, because of the debt they felt towards Mount Hoa sect, they would try not to be too harsh. Gong set a time limit of 7 days, stating that if the sect leader couldn't pay him back within that time, they would confiscate the Mount Hoa sect's temple. The conversation between Gong and the sect leader was interrupted by a hiccup, and everyone turned their attention to the source. Chung Myung stood there, covering his mouth. Gong comments that it seems like he has let the kids see something they shouldn't see. Back at the dorm, Chung Myung asks if the dealer is from Huayin Prefecture. The student confirmed it, and Chung Myung pondered silently. Seeing Chung Myung's reaction, the student thought that he should probably stay away from Chung Myung, unsure of what he would do. Jo Gol then asked his student whether Huayin Prefecture was the name of the village under Mount Hoa. The student answered firmly, remembering the name from his days selling with his father. Jo Gol questioned whether that meant Mount Hoa sect had borrowed money from the merchants. The student admits that he is not sure about it, but he knows about Gong, the owner of Tahuo Pavilion in Huayin Prefecture. He revealed that Gong was a wealthy merchant who was involved in various business ventures. Chung Myung, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, asking whether Gong was the owner of Tahuo Pavilion. Gol and his students look shocked, realizing that Chung Myung's expression is far from normal, and they ask him to calm down. Chung Myung scoffs at their pleas, asking if they are telling him to calm down. His mind raced, realizing that Tahuo Pavilion originally belonged to Mount Hoa sect. With a firm grip on his disciple's collar, Chung Myung asked if the man was really the owner of Tahuo Pavilion, and if he was trying to confiscate Mount Hoa sect's temple after lending them money. The student, with tears in his eyes, confirmed that that was indeed what happened. Chung Myung released his grip on his student and pondered the situation. He thought something was wrong. It was strange that Tahuo Pavilion, which originally belonged to Mount Hoa sect, would lend them money. He realized that since things didn't make sense, they were most likely headed in the wrong direction all along. Chung Myung calls Gol, who answers nervously, not sure what to expect. Chung Myung orders him to bring that thing. Confused, Gol looks at Chung Myung, who repeats his request for that thing. Suddenly, Gol realizes what it is and hurriedly promises to bring it immediately. As he takes the black uniform and hands it to Chung Myung, Gol can't help but ask what he wants to do with it. Chung Myung, now wearing new clothes, began to explain the concept behind his actions. He refers to an old saying in Buddhist literature that advocates the need to go against existing norms. He stressed that to truly follow the path of the Tao, one must be willing to go against it, even if that means going against revered figures such as Buddha or the ancestors. Covering his head and face with a mask, Chung Myung stood ready in his new clothes and declared his intention to seek the true path of Tao. This statement shocked Gol and his students, who expressed their disbelief and concern. They questioned Chung Myung's plans to leave the sect's temple dressed like that, calling him a crazy bastard. Chung Myung jumped over the wall, his eyes looking at the brightly lit buildings in the distance. Laughter echoed from inside the building. Inside, a group of merchants who trespassed into Mount Hoa sect, demanding payment of their debts, were holding a celebration. One of the men commented on the sect leader's confused expression, while others expressed no surprise, stating that they had essentially given the sect their final warning. One of the merchants directed his attention towards Gong, noticing that the sect leader seemed even more confused because Gong, the pavilion owner, was present. Gong admitted that as a profit-seeking trader, he felt sorry for the predicament they were currently facing. He expressed regret, recalling the long positive relationship they had enjoyed for generations. The man who questions Gong reassures him, recognizing his efforts and generosity, assuring him that everyone will praise his generosity. Gong responded in a hopeful tone, expressing his wish for that to happen, followed by a hearty laugh. After taking the sip of the liquor, Gong reflected on the carefree nature of the merchants before him. He admired their ability to live with such simplicity, but he understood that Mount Hoa sect's strength was not something to be underestimated. The true strength of this sect lay not in their combat prowess, but rather in their long history. In Shanxi province, it was difficult to find someone who had no ties to Mount Hoa sect. However, Gong notes that recently, the sect has become much weaker. He compared it to a delicate duck whose skin was easily torn apart with even a little force from chopsticks. Suddenly, one of the men asks Gong a question, asking about his plans for the temple after they confiscated it from the Mount Hoa sect. He suggested that selling it might be difficult, so perhaps they could take something else from the sect. Gong confidently replies that the value of the temple is beyond their imagination. Even though at first glance it looks like an old temple, it guarantees its greatness. The man who asked the question laughed, admitting his lack of understanding. He asked Gong for clarification. As Gong stuffed the food into his mouth, he secretly thought that all these merchants were idiots. Gong gently placed the chopsticks on the table and began to explain his plan. He conveyed that he couldn't reveal all the details directly, but they could use Mount Hoa sect's enemies to their advantage. He suggested that many sects would take advantage of this opportunity and be willing to spend large amounts of money to acquire the temple, solely to wipe out Mount Hoa sect's existence. Gong reassures them not to worry and promises to ensure that everyone's investment will be worthwhile. The people present looked at Gong in awe, and one of them stood up, recognizing his wisdom. Filled with joy and approval, they all raised their glasses in unison. A toast proposed to Pavilion Master Gong, and they happily clink their glasses, cheering their joint efforts. As one of the merchants walks alone on the street, he enjoys the joy of the party. Thoughts race through his mind, contemplating the great wealth he could gain from Mount Hoesect. He believed that pavilion owner Gom had a careful approach to money matters, thus further increasing his confidence. Delighted and under the bright moonlight, the merchant expressed his satisfaction. However, his excitement quickly subsided when he looked up and realized that there was no moon in the sky. Dismissing it as a new moon, he reasoned it would be safer to walk through the main streets on such nights. Just then, he saw a blurry figure ahead. Squinting his eyes, the merchant saw someone standing before him. None other than Chung Myung, whose face was covered by a mask. Chung Myung called the trader, ordering him to stop. In his drunken stupor, the merchant's mind wanders, viewing Chung Myung as a strange thief who seems to have just stepped out of the picture. He couldn't help but find it strange that the thieves were dressed so flashily, as if they were announcing their intentions to the whole world. The merchant is surprised by Chung Myung's presence and questions whether he is a thief. Chung Myung assures him that he is not interested in money and just wants answers. He promised that if the merchant would cooperate, he would be left unharmed. The merchant seemed unafraid and said that he didn't have much choice in the matter. He then revealed with a smile that he had several friends accompanying him, indicating that he was not alone. A moment later, half a dozen guards appeared, surrounding the merchant. Observing the guards, Chung Myung comments that they look like high-class bodyguards. One of the guards questions their actions, suggesting the possibility of killing Chung Myung. But the trafficker suggested that they arrest him and make sure that he could still talk. As the bodyguard attacks Chung Myung, the merchant thinks that he is not a fan of violent scenes, while contemplating the situation. The merchant grimaced at the painful cries he heard, realizing that the level of force used seemed excessive. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention, and he turned around, assuming that Chung Myung had been defeated. He expressed his frustration, reminding them that he had specifically instructed them to make sure Chung Myung could still talk. However, to his surprise, the scene before him was completely different from his expectations. Chung Myung stands unscathed, while all of Gom's guards lie on the ground. With the final throw of the last guard, Chung Myung comments on the importance of people understanding what others are saying to them and the consequences of refusing to do so. Chung Myung called to the merchant, gesturing for him to come closer. He repeated his offer, stating that if the merchant answered his questions, he would be released unharmed. The frightened merchant stuttered in agreement. Grabbing the merchant by the collar and clenching his fists, Chung Myung delivered a warning. He explains that if the merchant had only answered his questions at first, he would have let him leave unharmed. However, since the trader chose to fight back, he will now face the consequences. Chung Myung looks at the merchant, takes a punching stance, and confidently declares that he will make sure the merchant can still talk after their meeting. That is the end of Chapter 6, so now let's next to Chapter 7. After some time passed, the merchant's mouth swelled, resembling a pig's mouth. He began to explain the situation to Chung Myung. Chung Myung, who was interested in the merchant's statement, questioned him further. He asked if it was true that they had lent more than 100,000 naing to Mount Hoesect. The merchant hesitated to confirm, afraid of Chung Myung's reaction. In a firm tone, Chung Myung expressed his disbelief. He stated that even if he sold everything the merchant had, including their underwear, he would not be able to raise 10,000 naing, let alone 100,000. He pointed out the absurdity of the claim, stating that the Mount Hoesect was on the verge of collapse, making the loan even more dubious. The trader attempted to provide an explanation, stating that high interest rates work in a certain way. According to him, when money is lent at high interest, the interest will continue to accumulate as long as the borrower fails to repay it. Over time, the interest will be much higher than the principal amount. Laughing, he added that they could then take the money. Chung Myung interrupted the merchant, hitting him on the head. He firmly expressed his disagreement, emphasizing that such behavior was not something to be proud of. In addition, he questioned the merchant about his claim to be the owner of Huayan Cloth Shop. Hesitantly, the merchant answered, admitting that he was indeed the owner. Chung Myung continued to ask about the chronology of the merchant's ownership, asking when exactly he bought the cloth shop. Confused by the question, the trader asked for clarification, stating that he did not fully understand what Chung Myung was asking. He explained that their family had owned the fabric shop for generations. Chung Myung appears shocked by this revelation, unable to comprehend the merchant's response. Chung Myung pondered the situation, sure that things will not be as they seem. He remembered how the Huayan cloth shop, along with other businesses that were thriving in Huayan Prefecture, were originally owned by the Mount Hua sect. The sect's efforts had played an important role in the development of the prefecture, which was once just a village with a few scattered farms. Although the sect had entrusted the actual management of these businesses to its representatives, it seemed they had taken advantage of the sect's vulnerable condition to take control. Out of anger, Chung Myung started attacking the merchant, who asked him to stop, confused by the sudden attack. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him bastard. When Chung Myung turned around, he was confronted by a guard who had awakened. The guard accused him of a cowardly surprise attack and demanded to know his identity. He identifies himself as Guard Private Jong Bin and says that Chung Myung must have heard of him. Chung Myung apologizes, admitting that he has no knowledge of such things. Confused, he questions why Jong Bin is so interested in his identity. Jong Bin insists that he must at least know the identities of the people who will meet their deaths because of his sword. Ignoring Chung Myung's previous defeat, he considers Chung Myung to be an arrogant bastard. Drawing his sword, Jong Bin prepares to attack while warning Chung Myung to strengthen himself. Chung Myung observes Jong Bin and ponders to himself. He admitted that Jong Bin was undoubtedly stronger than him in terms of pure strength, including inner strength, physical strength, and speed. Chung Myung realized that his own abilities could not be compared to Jong Bin in that aspect. However, he is very confident that this does not make him weaker than Jong Bin. Chung Myung understands that pure strength and speed alone do not determine a person's overall strength in a fight. With determination, Chung Myung hit the sword lying on the ground, skillfully caught it as it flew, and used it to block Jong Bin's sword attack. At that moment, he reflected on his superiority over Jong Bin. He had his past experience as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Chung Myung realized that if he lacked pure power, he could borrow it from his opponent. Using the power of Jong Bin's own attack, Chung Myung skillfully redirects it, sending Jong Bin flying backwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chung Myung uses a sword technique that creates the image of a plum blossom, symbolizing his skill, and quickly attacks Jong Bin once again. While doing so, he confidently said, "Come back after practicing more." But a sudden realization dawned on him, and beads of sweat formed on his face as he looked back at the merchant. He pondered, realizing that he had made a mistake and accidentally revealed his sword technique, especially since he had even drawn a plum blossom bud. The merchant's astute observation of his refined and beautiful sword techniques, the high level of martial arts displayed, and the pure kai that was faintly radiating concerned Chung Myung. He wondered if the merchant had found out his true identity. However, the merchant asked him an unexpected question. The merchant asked if Chung Myung was affiliated with the South Bank sect, and this question confused Chung Myung. After a short pause, Chung Myung confirmed his relationship with the South Bank sect. This confirmation sparked great joy in the merchant, who eagerly offered his assistance and promised to answer any questions to the best of his ability. Surprised by the merchant's enthusiasm, Chung Myung responded with a surprised voice, expressing his gratitude. Inside the Mount Hua sect's dormitory room, Zhou Gul's impatience was increasingly visible as he wondered why it was taking so long. Yun Zhang, who noticed Zhou Gul's anxiety, tried to reassure him, reminding him that Chung Myung was not stupid and would return in time, as long as no accident happened to him. Suddenly, the boarding house door opened, and Chung Myung stepped in. Curiously, he asked the group if anything had happened in his absence. Without delay, Chung Myung began to change his clothes, while Yun Zhang asked his own questions, curious about the important events that occurred outside. Chung Myung answered casually, stating that nothing much had happened. He expressed his gratitude for the good treatment he received and even mentioned receiving some additional money. However, His mind drifted back to the meeting with the merchant who questioned him about his affiliation with the South Bank sect. Inwardly, Chung Myung pondered the situation. He considers it fortunate that the merchant failed to recognize his true identity, but the feeling of bitterness remains. The loss of the plum blossom sword technique meant that it no longer symbolized Mount Hua sect. Chung Myung couldn't help but reflect on the fact that Jongsun Yu, who had spent his entire life in Huayin Prefecture, had failed to connect the sword techniques he witnessed with the famous Mount Hua sect. Zhou Gou's curiosity interrupts Chung Myung's thoughts, prompting him to ask about what he was doing outside the temple. Chung Myung avoided the question, considering it inappropriate for the childlike Zhou Gou to know. Zhou Gou, although intimidated, mustering up the courage to point out that Chung Myung himself is also still a child. Chung Myung brushes off the comment and quickly changes the subject, urging Zhou Gou to gather everyone for training. Zhou Gou, surprised at the prospect of practicing that day, expresses his astonishment. Chung Myung responded firmly, emphasizing that regardless of the weather conditions, be it rain, snow, or wind, they would not miss a single day of training from that day onwards. Even if Mount Hua sect fell, they would not take time off. Zhou Gou's determination grows as he considers his readiness to face the challenge. Zhou Gou states his commitment to quickly gather everyone, only to be interrupted by Chung Myung, who states that he will not be participating in the training session due to other obligations. Yoon Jong voices his concerns to Chung Myung, insisting that the training session will only be effective if Chung Myung is present. Yoon Jong suggests that they can practice alone that day, but for the students to really put in their effort, Chung Myung's presence is necessary. Chung Myung acknowledged Yoon Jong's concerns. As Yoon Jong and Zhou Gou prepare to leave the room, Yoon Jong mentions their departure, to which Chung Myung responds with a goodbye. Chung Myung lay on his bed, sighing in frustration. His mind was racing, contemplating the current situation. A replacement representative has taken over the business, and the account books that could prove Mount Hua sect's ownership of those businesses had apparently been destroyed by the Heavenly Demon sect members along with Mount Hua itself. Chung Myung concluded that if the account book was still there, none of this would have happened. He briefly entertained the idea of launching a direct attack to eliminate the merchants responsible, but quickly rejected it, realizing that such an action would only paint the Mount Hua sect as forcing a young child to do wrong. Chung Myung understood the need for a valid reason. He needed a way for Mount Hua sect to avoid paying back the merchants while providing proof that the businesses originally belonged to the sect. However, the challenge he faced was not knowing where to find the necessary reasons and evidence. At that moment, Chung Myung's memory came back. He remembered the account book and how he saw Brother Jang Mun writing in it several times. Every time he entered the room, Jang Mun hurriedly hid the several volumes of account books they had. This memory sparked a thought in Chung Myung's mind. Were there only a few volumes? As Chung Myung got out of bed, determination etched on his face. He kept thinking about the whereabouts of the remaining account books. He couldn't imagine that there would only be a few volumes when Mount Hua sect was managing so much business. He firmly believed that Brother Jang Mun must have hidden the rest somewhere else, and the most reasonable location was a secret storage that only the sect leader had access to. Recalling the rumors he heard about secret keeping, Chung Myung's mind raced. If such a storage area did exist, the entrance would most likely be within the sect leader's residence, which had remained unchanged for many years. Located somewhere on Mount Hua, surrounded by martial arts experts, it must be cleverly hidden, probably hidden in the hills behind the sect leader's residence. Chung Myung speculates that the storage may be underground, to ensure its confidentiality from prying eyes. A smile spread across Chung Myung's face as he realized the enormity of his upcoming endeavor. An unprecedented treasure hunt awaits him, driven by the need to save Mount Hua sect. With great determination, he pushed himself out of his bedroom window. In the air, Chung Myung's thoughts turned to Brother Jang Mun. Even though he intended to break into the warehouse, he silently begged for forgiveness. Saving Mount Hua sect had become his top priority. If possible, he wanted to take the account book and hand it over to the sect leader without laying his own hands on it. That is the end of Chapter 7. So now let's next to Chapter 8. Chung Myung stumbled and fell onto his butt as a powerful explosion echoed through the mountains. He screamed in pain and said that he might die at this rate. Realizing the enormity of the task before him, Chung Myung admitted that searching an entire mountain, even a small hill like this, would not be an easy task. He questioned the feasibility of his approach. He then summoned his inner energy, concentrated it between his hands, and released it towards the ground, hoping to detect a significant empty space that might indicate the presence of a storage room. He believed that such a space would be the key he was looking for. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Chung Myung lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Doubt crept into his mind, causing him to question whether he was in the right location. After taking a short break, Chung Myung decided to try it one last time. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his remaining strength, preparing for the next attempt. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and he stopped his energy projection. Picking up a nearby pickaxe, he felt a surge of excitement. He had found it, the storage room. With new determination, Chung Myung begins to dig, never giving up in his pursuit. He knows that the confirmation he seeks lies beyond the surface, and he is determined to see it with his own eyes. After spending quite some time digging, he found a floor made of bricks, a clear indication that he had indeed achieved his desired goal. Chung Myung's mind raced with excitement and anticipation. He thought of the possibility that this hidden storage place was more than just a building made of bricks, considering that it could potentially hold all of Manhwa's account books and treasures. Holding the brick in his hand, he peeked through the hole, and to his astonishment, he discovered a hidden passage behind it. Filled with a wave of victory, Chung Myung realized that he had found the way to the secret stash. However, his excitement was suddenly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. To his surprise, it was the cult leader himself who was walking down the hall. Chung Myung realizes that the cult leader must know the hidden safe. As the cult leader arrives at a door and stops, Chung Myung observes carefully, contemplating whether the etched door in front of him is the entrance to the secret depository. Confusion gripped him as he watched the sect leader's hand shake, yet hesitated to take any action. Observing the sect leader, Chung Myung couldn't help but notice the lack of action. He saw a man who looked helpless, unable to change the circumstances that befell the collapsing Manhwa sect. Martial arts studies declined, and the sect's fortunes dwindled. Leading the sect under such circumstances must be an extremely disheartening task. Chung Myung wonders what it would be like to watch the place he has dedicated his entire life to protecting collapse without being able to prevent it. However, the sect leader couldn't reveal these feelings to anyone because he was the one the disciples relied on. As a result, he endured pain and sorrow in solitude, confined in places like this. After the sect leader left, Chung Myung moved the brick, creating a hole to enter the passage. Determined, he walked towards the door and admitted his fault in the situation. However, he believes it is not too late to make changes. With strong determination, he vowed to open the stubborn door and take action. Chung Myung put his hand on the door, channeling his energy towards it with determination. However, to his surprise, the energy he sent into the door was restored. It was then that he realized the truth. The door was made of immortal metal, which was reputed to be the strongest metal in the world. It is said to be more valuable than gold, and is at least a foot thick. Cutting such material would require the skills of the world's strongest masters, and even they would be hard-pressed to make a mark. This revelation explains why the cult leader never attempted to open it. Staring at the seemingly impenetrable door, Chung Myung pondered Brother Jang Mun's martial arts prowess. He knew that Jang Mun's martial arts level was not high enough to penetrate evergreen metal. Chung Myung reasoned that if Jang Mun managed to get through the door, there must be a way to open it. The key lies in discovering the method, and if only Chung Myung can uncover it, he may have a chance to access what lies behind it. Chung Myung's eyes widened as he realized something surprising. He checked the pattern on the wall and recognized it as a knife mark. The moves are similar to the 24 moves plum blossom sword technique, as well as other sword techniques such as the bamboo leaf sword technique and the equilibrium sword technique. Understanding that this sword mark was the key to opening the door, Chung Myung sighed and concluded that it required Violet Dawn fortified Kai. With knowledge of the necessary sword techniques, Chung Myung devises a plan. He would closely follow the marks, starting with the equilibrium sword technique and the bamboo leaf sword technique, then progressing to the 24 moves plum blossom sword technique, culminating in the plum blossom sword dance. This sequence of movements is the key to unlocking the door. However, he pondered how Brother Jang Mun managed to create such a mechanism. Despite understanding the concept, Chung Myung faced significant challenges. He thought about the last remaining problem: how to perform all the techniques himself. It might have happened to him in the past, but now in his current childish state, it seemed impossible. Even though he could imagine those techniques in his mind, executing them with proper inner strength and instant mastery was beyond his current abilities. However, he believes there is a solution, a way to overcome these obstacles. Chung Myung hesitated, expressing his reluctance. He placed his hand on his dantian, the energy center in his body, thinking about the decision he was about to make. Determined, he decided to rest for approximately 1 month and only utilize a small portion of his innate true Kai. Innate true Kai was the life force that everyone was born with, the energy that sustained life. Understanding the consequences that came with using his innate true Kai, Chung Myung steeled himself for what was to come. Despite his doubts, he admitted that he had no other choice in the current situation. With a stern expression, Chung Myung infused his innate true Kai into his sword, causing blood to drip from his mouth. He knew he only had one chance to succeed. It should be successful in one attempt. The doubts were still there, but he brushed them aside, convincing himself that his body was just reacting strangely due to the unusual situation. There will be no second chance. Swinging his sword at the door, blood once again spilled out of his mouth. The weight of the task weighed heavily on him. He realized the difficulties he faced, limited by the limitations of his body and the limits of his inner strength. With unwavering determination, Chung Myung intensified the infusion of his innate true Kai into the sword, refusing to give up. He understood that he could not stop, whatever the circumstances. Swinging his sword with unrelenting force, Chung Myung progressed through the equilibrium sword technique, transitioned smoothly to the bamboo leaf sword technique, and then executed the 24 moves plum blossom sword technique without pause. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next, showing his unwavering determination. At that moment, he accepted his identity as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. As he completes the complicated sequence, Chung Myung's energy reaches its peak, but the pressure takes over. He fell to the ground and blood spurted from his mouth. Looking up, he wondered if his efforts had paid off. The door began to emit a shining light, accompanied by a clear clicking sound. Chung Myung's eyes were fixed on the door that slowly opened in front of him, giving rise to a wide smile of victory. However, his joy didn't last long, because blood came out of his mouth again, reminding him of the impact it had on his body. With a mixture of satisfaction and pain, Chung Myung admitted that he would most likely be bedridden for at least 2 months due to the stress he was under. The burden of saving Mount Hua sect weighed heavily on him, triggering the resigned thought that it was a troublesome task. Nevertheless, his expression changed to a smile as he stepped forward, opened the door, and passionately declared his intention to discover what Brother Jang Mun was hiding beyond his boundaries. That is the end of Chapter 8. So now let's next to Chapter 9. Chung Myung enters the secret storage area, seeing 3 bookshelves. It was smaller than he had anticipated, but he reasoned that a large vault made of immortal metal would be a luxury that only the largest sects in the world could afford. Taking a book off the shelf, he mutters to himself about Brother's claim about a lack of funds, guessing that those costs must have gone into creating this storage room. When Chung Myung examines the book, he is shocked by what he finds. With growing excitement, he realized that he had found Mount Hua sect's account book. Brother carefully copied the original account book from the Financial and Economic Agency, showing his thoroughness. This discovery was exactly what Chung Myung needed, a breakthrough that would bring disaster to the traders. A wide grin appeared on his face as he hid the book under his robe. However, he stopped for a moment, and a thought crossed his mind. Was there only paper in this place? Chung Myung's mind wandered as he thought about the possibility of brother hiding some money inside the secret storage area. He imagined the potential benefits it could bring, not only for restoring Mount Hwasek's prosperity, but also for indulging his own desires, such as enjoying lots of meat and alcohol. Disappointed by the lack of hidden wealth, he is upset, calling brother an evil old man who doesn't seem to leave any money behind. Undeterred, Chung Myung took another book from the second shelf, resigned to reading its contents. To his surprise, it turned out to be a secret technique book. He pondered whether this technique had been used before, realizing that the technique seemed to be a martial arts technique book that had been neglected by the Mount Hwa sect. At that time, Chung Myung speculated about brother's motives. He concluded that brother couldn't bring herself to completely abandon the martial arts techniques they had chosen not to pass on to future generations. Instead, he kept it in the secret storage, afraid that throwing it away would have a negative impact on Mount Hwa sect in the future. It becomes clear to Chung Myung that brother holds tightly to her past and personal attachment and affection for the sect. Reflecting on the arrangement of the shelves, Chung Myung concluded that the first shelf represented the Mount Hwa sect leader's duties. The second shelf symbolized the sect leader's personal relationship and sentimental ties to the sect. Chung Myung's resolve soared as he reflected on his mission to return the Mount Hwa sect to its former glory. He secretly vowed to surpass his previous strength and make him stronger than before. Turning his attention to the third shelf, he saw only one scroll lying there. Wondering if it was the only item on the shelf, he reached out and unrolled it. The words written on the scroll were a heartfelt message left behind by the previous sect leader. The letter contained a message written by the sect leader, addressed to whoever was reading it. It was clear that a new generation had taken over the role of sect leader. With humility, the sect leader left his words in this letter. He emphasized that the Mount Hwa sect leader's role was not simply to rule the sect, but rather to provide protection and motivation to his disciples, the growing children who form the essence of the sect. The letter urges the reader, now serving as sect leader, to let go of any impatience that comes from the responsibility of leadership. The Mount Hwa sect had an indomitable will and spirit that no one could control or guide. Whether in up or down periods, Mount Hwa sect will always remain true to itself. The important task entrusted to the sect leader is to ensure the transmission of the sect's will to future generations, preserving its legacy unchanged by cultivating the disciples who will carry it on. As the reader's predecessor and ancestor, the 21st sect leader of the venerable Mount Hwa sect, Jung Mun, passed down a great responsibility to them. Chung Myung carefully hid the scroll under his robe, expressing slight annoyance at the sect leader's tendency to nag others. He glanced at the storage area one last time, saying that he had not gained much from it, but convinced himself that what he had obtained, the account book, would be enough to get back the stolen Mount Hwa business. However, just as he was about to turn around and head for the door, something caught his attention. He hesitated, his feet freezing, and turned to check the storage area once more. A thought occurred to him. There was something odd, strange about the arrangement. Chung Myung ponders brother Jung Mun's nature, considering his intense OCD tendencies. The meticulous brother is known for his devotion to symmetry, even placing 2 lamps on either side of his room for perfect balance. However, why did he leave the third shelf almost empty? Suspicion grew within Chung Myung, and he placed his hand on the third shelf, sensing that there was more than met the eye. With determination, he grabbed the entire bookshelf, moving it from its original position. As he put it aside and examined the empty space left behind, a brilliant golden light radiated from within. Chung Myung's instincts were confirmed. He was right. There was no doubt something was hidden within that space, and excitement surged within him. Chung Myung's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the incredible sight before him. There lay piles of gold bars, carefully arranged precious swords, and various unknown gems and secret technique books. Overwhelmed by the discovery, he couldn't contain his excitement. Among the gems, he recognized a cat's eye stone, which further added to his astonishment. Chung Myung's face was contorted with a mixture of amusement and greed, as he exclaimed with a lecherous grin, enjoying his newfound wealth. Meanwhile, at the sect leader's residence, the sect leader peeked out the window, realizing that morning had arrived. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he pondered his upcoming appointment with pavilion owner Gong, which was only 5 days away. The sect leader couldn't help but feel a trace of resentment, in contrast to the seemingly pleasant day outside. However, his reverie was suddenly interrupted by a scream from outside the room. Because of surprise, the cult leader opens the door and finds Ungum standing there. Curious, the cult leader asked the purpose of Ungum's visit. With a shocked expression, Ungum stammered, conveying the urgency of the matter, insisting that the cult leader should see for himself. Confused and curious, the cult leader questions the urgency and purpose of Ungum. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he concludes that Ungum's desperate state must be something very important. Determined to uncover the truth, the cult leader instructs Ungum to take the lead. Ungum nods solemnly, confirming his readiness to guide the cult leader, and together, they embark on a journey to uncover the mysterious events that await them. The sect leader's expression changed from shock to worry when he saw the sect disciple lying on the ground. Anxious, he asked Ungum about what happened to the young students. Ungum hesitates and explains that the students were just doing extra morning practice. Ungum then changes the topic and tells the cult leader that they are almost at their destination. As they approach the location, Ungum calls out to Chung Myung, looking for his whereabouts. Chung Myung appeared from under the tree, his appearance resembling the zombie. When the sect leader saw him, he couldn't hold back his surprise and asked questions, asking about what happened to Chung Myung. With a serious expression, Chung Myung pointed behind the tree, urging the sect leader to focus on something very important before discussing his own conditions. The cult leader, torn between concern for Chung Myung and curiosity about the revelation, reluctantly agrees. Fixated on the direction indicated by Chung Myung, the cult leader pondered what could be so important. As his gaze followed the indicated path, golden light enveloped the faces of the sect leader and Chung Myung, strengthening the atmosphere of anticipation and mystery around the scene. Chung Myung said that he discovered these things by accident. Astonished, the sect leader stuttered, unable to understand how such a treasure could be found. But Chung Myung acted as if he was going to collapse from exhaustion. Seeing Chung Myung's depressed state, the sect leader became worried and quickly assured him that he could go back and rest, deciding not to ask further for details. The sect leader's attention was drawn back to the incredible treasures that lay before him. The gold bars glittered, captivating his gaze. He then noticed the books in the other chest and realized the significance of the discovery. The Hun Prefecture Business Account Book of the Venerable Mount Hua sect. Realizing the immense value and importance of these records, the sect leader hesitated to handle them carelessly, afraid of causing irreparable damage. As the cult leader's gaze shifted to another basket of books, his curiosity got the better of him. When he opened the books, he discovered something that shook him deeply. The sect leader's entire body shook, and within seconds, he began to convulse, foam forming at his mouth. Overwhelmed by what he found, the cult leader collapsed, fainting from the enormity of the revelation. Witnessing this scene, Ungum rushed to the sect leader's side, calling out to him in alarm. The cult leader's excitement and determination were evident as he regained consciousness and rose to his feet. He exclaimed in astonishment upon realizing that the book found contained records of the revered seven-blossom plum sword technique. He asked Ungum about the chest, and after confirming that the chest was indeed brought, the cult leader instructed Ungum to fetch Hyun Young, the leader of the financial and economic agency. As Hyun Young examined the books with trembling hands, he confirmed the authenticity of the notes. His voice trembled with excitement as he assured the sect leader of the accuracy of its contents. Additionally, he had secured the verification documents hidden beneath the treasure. These documents, originating from the government, would be irrefutable proof of the book's legitimacy. With the validation documents in his possession, the cult leader realized the far-reaching implications of this discovery. Not only could they establish the credibility of the contents of the book, but they could also quickly reclaim the business of Tahuo Pavilion and Huayin Prefecture, which rightfully belonged to the Mount Hua sect. A feeling of relief washed over him as he reflected on the positive events. He couldn't help but attribute this new prosperity to the decision to accept a certain child into the Mount Hua sect. In his mind, the child represented a sign of good fortune for the sect. With new determination, the sect leader stilled his shaking hands and rose to his feet. He realized the urgency of the situation and understood the need to confront the parties responsible for the accounting. With a firm tone, he issued an order to include all personnel involved in the business accounting of Great Hua Mountain, Huayin Prefecture. A few days later, the merchant group was on their way to Mount Hua sect, and fatigue and frustration were starting to get to them. One of the traders expressed his exhaustion and begged the other traders to stop pushing them, for fear that he would trip and fall. Gong, the leader of the merchant group, looks back and encourages everyone to hold on, realizing that they are not far from their goal. Zhang Xinyu, one of the merchants who previously faced Cheng Myung's wrath, couldn't wait to receive payment from the sect and vowed never to return to this mountain again. He then heard two merchants discussing, the first merchant thinking about the sudden summons by the sect leader. Second merchant speculated that the sect leader might have already prepared money for them. Gom, who was leading the group of merchants, continued to walk forward, expressing his belief that the cult leader's intention in calling them earlier was to beg for mercy. He doubted the sect leader could raise such a large amount of money in a short time, and saw no point in prolonging the situation until the promised date. He concluded that the sect leader wanted to resolve this issue quickly. One of the traders, the Kohen Gong, scoffed at the cult leader's audacity to call them just to ask for leniency. The trader expressed his disgust at the shameless behavior of a debtor. Gong, however, reminds the group to exercise restraint in their words, admitting that although the sect leader is experiencing financial difficulties, he is still the leader of the renowned Mount Hua sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyu was thinking about something swirling in his mind. He couldn't help but think about the possibility that they might not receive the money as promised. He pondered the importance of someone from the South Bank sect visiting this area, showing interest around the Mount Hua temple. The prospect of receiving a payment of 5,000 gave him hope, as it could potentially secure his financial future and relieve him of the burden of running his shop. The moment the merchants reached the gates of Mount Hua sect, conflicting emotions rose within them. They are torn between financial interests and the realization that their actions could potentially bring down the venerable sect that has protected Huayin Prefecture for centuries. They understood that if they withheld payment from the sect leader today, Mount Hua sect would soon collapse within a week. Despite their inner turmoil, the merchants decided to climb Mount Hua, driven by the urgent need to recover the large sums of money owed to them, which had accumulated over time. They couldn't ignore how urgent their financial situation was, even if it meant contributing to the sect's decline. At the gate, Wanam greeted the traders and acknowledged their arrival. He told them that the sect leader was looking forward to their presence and guided them to follow him, leading the way deeper into the Mount Hua sect. The merchants, led by Gom, stood before Mount Hua sect leader, who welcomed them with gratitude for answering his call and making the journey up the mountain. Gong expressed their humility and stated that it was natural for them to visit the cult leader, even though they had busy schedules. The sect leader chuckled at that remark and suggested drinking a cup of tea to relieve their fatigue. However, Gong interrupted, expressing his desire to get straight to the point without formalities. The sect leader remained calm and agreed to his request. He admitted that even though he had tried to reach various people and places, he had not succeeded in finding anyone willing to lend him money. Therefore, he explained that he would not be able to pay his debts within the expected time period. Gong, with a grin on his face, responds to the cult leader's pleas by stating that they have been given enough time. As a profit-driven trader, he emphasized their inability to grant further extensions. In response, the cult leader humbly bowed to the merchant, and explaining the difficulties in paying the entire debt, he proposed the possibility of partial repayment. He earnestly appealed to anyone present who might personally be willing to extend the payment date, hoping for understanding and support. Cheng Myung, observing the cult leader's actions and attitude, pondered his true intentions and abilities. He admitted that he still couldn't fully understand whether the cult leader's behavior was intended to discourage the merchants or whether it was purely an attempt to be friendly. However, there is one thing that is still certain in Cheng Myung's mind. He believed that Hyun Jong, the sect leader, was not as simple as he seemed. Chung Myung realized that the most important quality a cult leader must have was calm. Considering Mount Hua sect had a foundation rooted in martial arts, wise decision-making should come naturally, especially for the sect leader. Chung Myung questions whether Hyunjam has the qualities and abilities necessary to be a proper cult leader. Gong sighed, expressing his frustration at the sect leader's persistence. He reminded the sect leader that he had clearly stated his inability to extend the payment deadline. However, before Gong could continue, the sect leader interrupted, clarifying that his request was not only directed at pavilion owner Gong. Instead, he acknowledged the unique debt owed to each person present. The sect leader humbly admitted that the total debt accumulated by Mount Hua sect amounted to 100,000 naing. He understood that he owed a great debt to everyone present. Therefore, he appealed to the audience, asking for their kindness in allowing the payment to be postponed. Gong, irritated by what he perceives as the sect leader's manipulative tactics, questions whether the sect leader has the means to immediately repay those who refuse to comply with his demands. However, there was a moment of silence before the sect leader answered. He admitted that although Mount Hua sect had declined significantly compared to its past glory, they still had reliable resources. Although they couldn't collect the entire 100,000 naing, they could collect a portion of it. Solemnly, the sect leader appealed to the audience, chanting Mount Hua sect's name, promising to repay the debt of those who would show mercy to the sect on this day. Gong, unable to contain his frustration, interrupted the sect leader's words, expressing his disbelief and questioning whether the sect leader knew what he was talking about. However, before Gong continued his protest, Jong Sin-yu, one of the merchants present, asked the sect leader a question. Jong Sin-yu asked for clarification on whether postponing the payment date would indeed guarantee the sect's repayment in the future. The sect leader confirmed Jong Sin-yu's understanding, and this response prompted Jong Sin-yu to ask further. He pointed out the dangerous state of the Mount Hua sect, emphasizing the risks involved in believing the sect leader's words and delaying payment. Jong Sin-yu questions anyone's motivation to comply with the sect leader's offer. In response, the sect leader looked at Jong Sin-yu's gaze and spoke with conviction. He stated that taking him at his word and agreeing to the delay in payment was not just for personal gain, but for the sake of Mount Hua sect and its history. He believed that this noble cause should be enough to inspire obedience. However, Gong, who was filled with mockery, laughed out loud. He openly expressed his disbelief and stated that the sect leader was unreasonable in his expectations. Undeterred, the sect leader maintained his composure and calmly challenged Gong's statement, questioning whether he was the one truly being unreasonable. The sect leader's commanding voice resounded as he asked a question to everyone present. What did Mount Hua sect mean to every individual gathered there? Is the name and rich history of this sect worthless? He challenged anyone who dared to take Mount Hua sect's name lightly or ignore its extraordinary legacy. Although the sect experienced decline over the years, it remained an integral part of Huayan Prefecture, sharing its energy and spirit from generation to generation. In the midst of an atmosphere full of tension, Gong steps forward, offering suggestions for dealing with the situation. He proposed distribution based on willingness to personally postpone the repayment date. Those who are willing to delay will gather on one side, while those who are not willing to delay will remain where they stand. However, he emphasized that everyone will be responsible for their own actions. Those who choose to delay payment will not receive protection from the Merchant Alliance, even if they ultimately fail to receive their payment. With this proposal, Gong called on the audience to choose their stance and express their choice. The merchants stood frozen in doubt, unwilling to part with their debt to Mount Hua sect. Gong, smiling confidently, spoke to the sect leader, indicating that none of the merchants would be willing to delay payment personally. However, his words were cut off when Jong Sin-yu stepped forward, showing his willingness to give the Mount Hua sect more time for the repayment of his debt. Gong's disbelief was obvious as he exclaimed, calling out Jong Sin-yu's name. He couldn't understand the shop owner's actions and questioned him loudly, demanding an explanation. In response, Jong Sin-yu begs Gong not to judge him based on his decision, admitting that he realizes the folly of his choice. But he reminded Gong that as someone who was not from Huayan Prefecture, pavilion owner might not fully understand the importance and loyalty of the locals towards Manhwa sect. Zhang Xinyu passionately expressed the deep connection and respect the people of Huayin Prefecture had for the Manhwa sect. He emphasized that growing up in the prefecture meant constantly hearing stories and aspirations about joining the Manhwa sect and becoming the world's greatest martial arts master. Even those who realize that they do not have the talent to enter this sect still deeply respect its history and the protection it has given to the world and Shaanxi province. Gong, still in disbelief, questions Zhang Xinyu about his sudden anger. However, Zhang Xinyu continued to explain that his experience was not unique, as previous generations had also grown up with the same respect for the Manhwa sect. He underlined that the Manhwa sect was not just a martial arts sect, but was the pride of Shaanxi province and Huayin prefecture. To the traders, Zhang Xinyu warned them that if they left after receiving the money, they would lose out in the long run. He emphasized that although they could easily spend their money elsewhere, he, as a lifelong resident of Huayin prefecture, had no other place to go with the money he would receive. Gong, who still belittles Zhang Xinyu's decision, questioning him about handing over large sums of money for what he considers to be trivial reasons. He warned Zhang Xin that he would definitely regret his choice. He realized that his previous mindset was only focused on receiving money and enjoying a life free from work. He knew this was probably a big mistake, but he mustered up the courage to speak up. Zhang Xinyu explained that he already had enough money to support himself, and even if he did not receive the money he was owed, he could consider it a small regret. However, if he was responsible for the collapse of the Manhwa sect, it would haunt him for the rest of his life, regardless of any wealth he might have accumulated. He didn't want to live a life burdened by such regrets. Gong just laughed at Zhang Xin's decision, thinking it was stupid. He expressed his indifference, stating that nothing would change even if one person chose not to take the money. However, his amusement quickly turned to surprise when more and more merchants began to walk aside, joining Zhang Xin in offering extended terms for Manhwa's debt repayment. The sect leader, witnessing Zhang Xinyu's act of support, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He expressed his satisfaction, admitting that there were still individuals who maintained meaningful relationships with the Manhwa sect. The sect leader ordered Anam to bring out a cart filled with books, which Gong immediately recognized as business account books in Huayin prefecture. Gong, to his astonishment, realizes the importance of the books and realizes the gravity of the situation. The sect leader spoke to the merchants, emphasizing that despite the benevolence that the Manhwa sect had shown to them and their ancestors for generations, they had chosen to betray the Manhwa sect. In a firm proclamation, the sect leader announced that, based on the account books, the Manhwa sect would take control of the businesses of the merchants and claim all the wealth they had accumulated through them, and not a single coin would be left. The merchants expressed their confusion, their voices filled with uncertainty. They questioned the sect leader in confusion, unable to understand the situation unfolding before them. Meanwhile, the sect leader remained firm and confirmed his previous statement. Kong, who attentively observes the books addressed to the sect leader and expresses concern that his jokes have crossed the line. Unfazed by Kong's comments, the sect leader retorted, dismissing the notion that he, as the honorable leader of the great Hua Mountain sect, would have the leisure to joke around in the current situation. Kong acknowledged the sect leader's response and asked a critical question. He asked how the sect leader intended to validate the authenticity of the account books, seeking assurance that they had not been deceived by potentially fake records. The sect leader realized the truth of Kong's opinion, and in response, he summoned Anam and ordered him to bring the leader of the financial and economic agency before them. Anam immediately acknowledged the sect leader's orders and agreed to carry out the tasks assigned to him. Not long after, the head of the financial and economic agency arrived. He acknowledged the importance of verifying the validity of account books and emphasized the need to consider their validity. The traders simultaneously expressed their agreement, admitting that even the leadership of the financial and economic agency was on their side. Their voices echoed with approval, acknowledging Kong's astute judgment as the pavilion owner. However, the finance leader's tone quickly changed, revealing an unexpected change. He revealed that they had foreseen the possibility of such a situation occurring and had sent half of the account books to the Hua prefectural office for appraisal 2 days ago. Kong stood there, his mouth agape in disbelief. His mind raced with the realization that they had been tricked. Fear gripped him as he understood the potential consequences if government soldiers took over their business in their absence. This realization hit him hard. He concluded that the sect leader had summoned them to the mountaintop to ensure their absence from the market, providing the perfect opportunity for the government to take control. 2 days seemed more than enough to assess the account books that had been sent. Although they admitted to only sending half the book for appraisal, Kong didn't believe that they would leave the remaining half unchecked. The conclusion made him believe that the account book in the chest before him had been validated. And this confirmed his worst fears, that government soldiers were likely waiting for them to leave before carrying out their plans to take over the business. Enraged and filled with rage, Kong couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted at the sect leader, his voice echoing with frustration and anger. However, the sect leader quickly responded, demanding that Kong lower his voice as he had no right to raise it in such a manner. In a calm yet firm tone, the sect leader continued, emphasizing that true friendship is built on mutual assistance in times of need. However, he saw no reason to help the people who had betrayed them in their time of need. The sect leader urged them to return immediately and assured them that everything would be resolved once they arrived at Hua Prefecture. He acknowledged that by virtue of his rights, they could take over all of the merchant's property. However, considering the hard work they had invested up until now, the sect leader allowed them to take a basket of their wealth with them as a sign of leniency. Kong glared at the sect leader, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. With firm determination, he promised to never forget this incident. Kong then turns around and starts walking back, his steps fueled by hatred. The sect leader turned his attention to the merchants who had chosen to give Mount Hua sect additional time to repay their debts. He acknowledged their continued affiliation with the sect and emphasized that their business still belonged to the Mount Hua sect and would naturally return to its possession. However, he offered concessions, allowing the merchants to continue running their businesses and retain their own profits. He expressed his desire to engage in a discussion about how they could mutually benefit each other and invited them to come inside for further discussion. Zhang Xinyu couldn't help but regret the situation. Despite being in a better position compared to those allied with pavilion owner Kong, he was suddenly demoted from shop owner to mere substitute owner. He sighed and questioned his grandfather's actions that brought him to this predicament. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sheng Myung is overcome with anger as he expresses his disbelief and frustration at the notion of allowing traders to take away baskets of wealth as if it were a trivial matter. He directed his anger at the sect leader, calling him a pushover and questioning his authority to distribute part of the Mount Hua sect's wealth. Driven by his anger, Sheng Myung chased the traders. As several merchants walked by with carts, one of them couldn't help but reflect on the events that occurred. As soon as they came down from the Mount Hua mountains, their business was confiscated by government soldiers. However, due to the sect leader's request, they managed to retain some things from what they once had. Regret filled his mind as he looked at Kong, feeling that he had made a mistake by trusting him. Frustrated, he spoke angrily, directing his question towards pavilion owner Kong. She reminds him of his previous words, expressing her disappointment and accusing him of promising that all they had to do was trust him. Kong is shocked by the merchant's accusation and questions whether he blames him for everything. The merchant stammered, trying to explain what he meant, but Kong interrupted, insisting that there was no need to be so angry. He reassures them that their current position is only temporary and suggests the possibility that the account book is a fake, forged by the sect leader. Another merchant chimed in, mentioning that the books had been validated by the prefectural office. He had even looked at its contents and thought it was legitimate. Kong rejected his observations and stated that the entire situation was most likely orchestrated through collusion with representatives of the prefecture. He proposed that they go to Luang City, emphasizing the need to fight their enemies with greater authority if they use such tactics. At that moment, Sheng Myung, his face covered by black clothing, appears on the scene and expresses his disgust towards Kong's words, calling them nonsense. Kong studied him, noting his clothes and hunched posture, wondering if he was old. Annoyed, Kong warns Chung Myung that he seems to be after their wealth and advises him to leave if he does not want to meet a meaningless death. Chung Myung was furious and denied that he was trying to steal other people's wealth. He clarified that his intention was to take back what was rightfully his. Kong pondered the mention of his wealth, and soon he grinned and asked if Chung Myung was from the Manhwa sect. Kong realized that this was the perfect opportunity to take revenge on the Manhwa sect. Suddenly, a group of hidden guards appear and attack Chung Myung. However, displaying incredible speed and skill, Chung Myung quickly defeats each guard, one by one, in a matter of moments. He then locks his gaze on Kong and refers to him as cute, and warns him about the fact that no one has ever returned with all their limbs intact after going against his words. Surprised by Chung Myung's abilities, Kong wondered if there was still someone of that caliber left in the Manhwa sect. He orders his guards to retreat, deeming them useless against Chung Myung's prowess. Kong then questioned Chung Myung, wondering where he had been all this time, stating that if he had intervened earlier, the Manhwa sect would not be in the condition it was in now. Kong then stated that Chung Myung had chosen the wrong time to intervene. A purple aura envelopes Kong as he declares that Chung Myung will meet his end at his hands and serves as a warning to the Manhwa sect. He believed that the sect leader would be devastated to learn that Chung Myung's death was caused by him. Kong launches an attack on Chung Myung, preparing for a fight. Undeterred by the impending attack, Chung Myung remains firm and states his understanding of Kong's deceptive tactics. He admitted that such actions were beyond the capabilities of an innkeeper in a small prefecture on the outskirts of the city. Drawing his sword, Chung Myung convinces Kong not to worry too much, as he intends to leave his mouth intact because he needs Kong to be able to speak. That is the end of Chapter 11. So now let's next to Chapter 12. As Kong's attack landed, a large cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, and as the dust settled, it became clear that the force of Kong's attack had torn a hole upon impact. Reflecting on this situation, Kong admitted that he did not underestimate his opponent. He recognized the importance of martial arts practitioners never underestimating their opponents, emphasizing the need to give their best effort regardless of their opponent's strength. Kong also took into account the masked man's previous ability to take down the guard soldiers with ease, which further strengthened his resolve to remain alert. Observing Chung Myung, who easily dodged his attacks, Kong became even more determined to erase the bored expression on his opponent's face. Launching another attack, Kong found his strike once again met with an unfazed response from Chung Myung, who deftly blocked the blow with the tip of his sword sheath. While retreating, Kong felt his arm muscles tremble, realizing that his attack had been blocked before it could fully extend, resulting in the inner energy flowing back. Chung Myung taunts Kong, calling him slow, and advises him to give up his efforts. He warns that if Kong persists, his fingers will be the ones to break first due to the reflux. Frustration and anger surged within Kong as he unleashed a spinning kick, channeling its energy into a powerful attack that sent a wave of purple energy hurtling towards Chung Myung. However, his surprise increased when he realized that Chung Myung had disappeared in an instant. Before he could react, Chung Myung reappeared behind him, causing Kong to immediately step back and try to attack him with his hands. Once again, Chung Myung easily blocks the attack with his sword, resulting in Kong's arm throbbing in pain caused by the flow of internal energy. Chung Myung reminds him of his previous warning, emphasizing that his fingers will be the ones to break first. In pain, Kong knelt on the ground, his mind racing. Despite the masked man's unclear speed or strength, Kong finds himself unable to land a single blow. Using his remaining strength, Kong launched another kick at Chung Myung, but the elusive figure gracefully avoided the attack by bending backwards. Kong's mind races once again, realizing that although Chung Myung's movements seem slow, he has an uncanny ability to anticipate and counter Kong's every action. It was as if he could understand Kong's intentions very accurately. At that moment, Kong couldn't help but liken him to a goblin. Chung Myung watched his every move and didn't waste any energy in the process. The gravity of the situation dawned on him, leaving him unable to estimate the true extent of danger posed by Chung Myung. Chung Myung gets up and expresses regret, admitting that he ran out of energy and couldn't continue the fight any longer. Kong couldn't help but ask why someone like him hadn't helped Mount Hua sect until now. However, Chung Myung brushed off the question, stating that he saw no reason to answer someone like Kong, who seemed to be deep in delusion. He turns the tables and questions Kong, pointing out that his refined martial arts skills don't seem suitable for someone running an inn in Hua Prefecture. Kong is shocked by her words and responds by questioning whether there is a law prohibiting powerful martial artists from running an inn. Chung Myung acknowledged that there was no such law but suggested that someone as skilled as Kong would likely find other ways to earn a living. Before Kong could explain, Chung Myung interrupted him dismissively, ignoring the conversation. He later surmised that Kong's involvement in the situation was not driven by any secret scheme or bad intentions, nor was he acting on anyone else's orders. It was his own decision. Kong admits this, confirming that Chung Myung's understanding is correct. Chung Myung scoffs at Kong's response, commenting on the lack of creativity in the explanation. He then pointed his finger at Kong and stated that he had one last question. He asks if Kong knows what he does to get information from people like him. Confused, Kong replies that he doesn't know. In response, Chung Myung clenched his fists, emphasizing that he defeated them. Kong was surprised by that statement. Suddenly, Chung Myung attacks Kong, declaring his intention to obtain the information he seeks through physical force. Kong prepared himself to block the attack and estimated that Chung Myung's attack was aimed at his left knee. However, to his surprise, it was his shoulder that was hit, not his knee, causing Kong to feel excruciating pain and confusion. Despite expecting the next attack to be aimed at his head, Kong's anticipation proves futile when Chung Myung hits him in the throat, causing him to cough and realize his inability to dodge any blows. Overcome by fear and the realization that he will meet his death, Kong becomes very aware of the killing instinct that radiates from Chung Myung's eyes. He recognized the gaze of a seasoned killer who had taken the lives of many people. Due to terror, Kong desperately begs for his life, not wanting to meet his death. With his sword finally drawn, Chung Myung attacks Kong with a cold and sharp gaze. Facing this attack, Kong sent a palm attack towards Chung Myung. After the palm strike faded, Chung Myung recognized the technique as the Tai Godly Palm Technique. Chung Myung sat in front of Kong, his expression cold and suspicious. He then questions whether Kong is a member of the South Bank sect. That is the end of Chapter 12. So now let's next to Chapter 13. Chung Myung confronts Kong and points out what he considers too many coincidences. He questioned Kong's role as an innkeeper in Hua Prefecture, his leadership in collecting debts from the Mount Hua sect, and his proficiency in the South Bank sect's martial arts techniques. He couldn't help but wonder if Kong had been sent there on purpose. Kong's face was covered in sweat as he realized his critical mistake. He regretted using the Tai Godly Palm Technique, even though it meant sacrificing himself to hide it. The fact that he had demonstrated that technique in front of someone from Mount Hua sect was a huge mistake. He blamed himself for his panicked response when faced with the threat of a real sword. If this was all part of a deliberate plan, he couldn't understand the extent of the scheme and how far it had been planned beforehand. Chung Myung presses Kong further, noting his refusal to speak and commenting that it shows a sense of loyalty. He acknowledged it as an honorable choice for Kong. Internally, Chung Myung pondered his views on the South Bank sect. Despite the long-standing tensions between the Mount Hua sect and the South Bank sect, he recognized the superiority and solid position that the South Bank sect held as one of the 10 great sects. So it was impossible for such a sect to handle things badly. Chung Myung doubts Kong has detailed knowledge of the situation, and even if he does, there is no way to verify the validity of the information provided. What was important to Chung Myung was that Kong had a connection with the South Bank sect, which was enough for him to continue with his assumptions and suspicions. Chung Myung expresses his hatred for the dishonorable actions of the South Bank sect, accusing them of trying to steal not only martial arts techniques, but the entire sect through deceptive means. In response, Kong spoke up, suggesting that it would ultimately be better for Mount Hua sect if they collapsed. He argued that without their lost techniques, they could no longer be the sect they once were, and their destruction was inevitable. He stated that by hastening their downfall, he had done them a favor. But Chung Myung interrupts Kong's reasoning and vehemently challenges his statement. He wanted to know who was claiming that Mount Hua sect had lost their ancestral technique. He criticized people who spread baseless information without confirming its veracity. He suggested that Kong should just state that he disliked Mount Hua sect instead of hiding behind false claims. At least he would accept that as an excuse, considering Kong's affiliation with the South Bank sect. Chung Myung reflects on the similarities between the Mount Hua sect and the South Bank sect. Both sects have strong internal ties and use the sword as their main weapon in martial arts. And if two great sects with many similarities were next to each other, one of them would definitely perish. Although Kong repeatedly denies his affiliation with the South Bank sect, Chung Myung rejects his words and engages in humorous banter. Chung Myung then makes Kong an attractive offer, offering to show him something interesting in exchange for revealing the Tai Godly Palm technique. He hints that it would be an interesting experience if Kong knew what he was showing him, but it would be disappointing if he didn't. And Chung Myung told Kong to convey this message to the person who sent it there. Swinging his sword, Chung Myung showed off his impressive speed and strength, creating strong winds with his slash. Despite his ferocious appearance, Kong realized that his slash did not reach his body. He wondered what Chung Myung wanted to achieve with his swordplay. Chung Myung spoke metaphorically, comparing the spirit of the Mount Hua sect to plum blossoms that gave off the strongest fragrance when they bloomed in the snow. He emphasized that even in the current challenging situation, the sect's spirit remains resilient. As he demonstrated, his sword techniques caused illusions of plum blossoms to fall around them. Shocked to see countless plum blossom petals descending on him, Kong was both stunned and in disbelief. He then recognized the technique as the 24 moves plum blossom sword technique, plum blossom rainfall. As the plum blossoms enveloped him, Kong found himself unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. The plum blossom rainfall caused him to kneel and eventually lose consciousness, falling to the ground. Chung Myung, despite displaying impressive martial arts, finds himself weak and injured to the point of coughing up blood. He realized that his inner strength was still lacking, and the exertion from recent actions had taken a toll on his current state. Speaking to one of the hidden merchants, Chung Myung called them forward, and all the merchants emerged from their hiding places. He asked if anyone wanted to be beaten before leaving, but no one answered. When he proposed the option of leaving without being beaten, the merchants eagerly volunteered, each declaring their desire to leave in the place of the others. Accepting their cooperation, Chung Myung sarcastically acknowledges their willingness. However, before he finished his statement, the merchants ran past him, thanking him profusely. Chung Myung immediately stops their escape, asking them to stop. He looked back at them with a cold gaze, questioning their lack of critical thinking. Confused, the merchants ask for clarification, and Chung Myung says that if everyone leaves, he won't be able to take all the carts with him. He urged them to use their brains and asked every merchant to report the amount of wealth they had in their carts. The merchants quickly responded, stating their earnings. Chung Myung, after hearing the merchants' income reports, made a decision. He instructed one of the traders to go to Zhenjiang City and collect the cash. He emphasized the importance of carrying money anonymously and warned that failure to do so would result in death. One trader expressed concern about people going to Zhenjiang and not returning. Chung Myung says that running away would be futile because they have no possessions left besides their cart. He explains that the carts represent the rest of their possessions, and if they want to save anything, they have to go back. Other traders raise questions to report Chung Myung to the government. In response, Chung Myung swung his sword, creating a large crater in the ground. He warns them that they can try to report him, but they better escape to the other side of the continent and never return because he will hunt them down no matter what. The merchants realized there was no way out of Chung Myung's clutches, and they resigned themselves to their fate. Chung Myung ordered the merchants to start heading for Zhenjiang, and they dutifully complied. After the merchant returns with the money, Chung Myung eagerly smells the notes and expresses his joy. He then started his journey back, while laughing with satisfaction. That is the end of chapter 13. So now let's next to chapter 14. Joe Gold, standing in a small stream, wrung out her wet uniform. As he observed his fellow students talking, he couldn't help but smile as he reflected on the transformation they had undergone. Now they felt like a group of real martial arts practitioners. Yoon-jong approached and asked Jo-gul's cheerful expression. Jo-gul explains that they finally feel like a group of real martial artists. Yoon-jong agreed, remembering how a few days ago, they couldn't imagine training being so intense in the Mount Hua sect. Yoon-jong called everyone to start returning. While returning in his mind, Jo-gul pondered the changes that had occurred. Previously, they just passed the time until it was time to climb back up the mountain, without focusing on proper training. However, he feels things are changing now, and he attributes it to Chung Myung's influence. Jo-gul believed that Chung Myung had undoubtedly brought changes to the Mount Hua sect, even though those changes were currently just a breeze. The extent of these changes and their impact on the sect's future was still uncertain. But Jo-gul realized that these changes would definitely shape the future of the Mount Hua sect. When the disciples reached Mount Hua sect, they saw the sight of workers bustling about, following the instructions of someone who seemed to be in charge. In the midst of the commotion, a voice was heard demanding precision and speed from the workers. Instructions like "keep going" and "put it all together after putting all the ingredients in first" filled the air. Workers are warned about possible consequences, such as not being paid next month if they break something. The urgency and intensity of the situation leaves Jo-gul confused. Among the workers, they spot Unam, who appears to be overseeing the operation. Yoon-jong calls him, and Unam, surprised, replies to them. Yoon-jong asked about the situation, seeking an explanation for the chaos. Unam explains that they are laborers hired to repair the entire temple. He acknowledged the old and deteriorating condition of the temple and expressed the need for restoration. Both of them nodded in agreement after hearing the explanation. Unam then asked why they didn't help the workers, because they looked tired from carrying the carts all the way to the location. Yoon-jong and Jo-gul were surprised by the unexpected request. Unam's tone turned firm as he urged them to get to work immediately. Feeling compelled to comply, Jo-gul and Yoon-jong responded with hesitant affirmation and prepared themselves to join the workers in their task. When the students gathered in the dining room, they were surprised to see cooked chicken on the table. Disbelief filled the air as they questioned whether it was a dream or whether they were actually seeing meat on the sect's dinner table. Astonishment was evident among them. Suddenly, one of the disciples could not contain his excitement and shouted, "Amazing!" This sparked a collective consciousness, and they all joined in the exclamation that it was meat and feast. The changes that Chung Myung brings to the sect may come faster than expected. After dinner, Jo-gul and Yoon-jong take a walk together, reflecting on the shocking events that have occurred. Jo-gul expresses disbelief at unexpected developments, such as the sudden construction work to repair the temple and the appearance of meat on their dinner table. She said she could still taste the meat in her mouth, enjoying the experience. He saw Yoon-jong deep in thought and asked what he was thinking. Yoon-jong smiled faintly and answered, saying that he was contemplating how great money is. Now that they had money, so many new changes were taking place in the sect, and he had never seen the great brother Unam laugh so happily before. Curious about their next action, Jo-gul asked Yoon-jong's opinion. Yoon-jong replied that they should already know the answer. Mount Hua sect was undergoing rapid changes, and they needed to prepare for what was to come. Jo-gul stared at her new uniform, thinking of ideas to prepare for further changes. Yoon-jong added that this is not just a matter of financial prosperity. He shows them the secret martial arts book they saw in the chest, which Chung Myung reveals to them with his strange acting. Jo-gul expressed his curiosity about how Chung Myung managed to get the secret martial arts book. Yoon-jong admits that he doesn't know the specifics, but one thing is certain. The Mount Hua sect is undergoing significant changes, and they will definitely be caught in the storm of changes brought to the sect. They need to prepare themselves if they don't want to be swept away by the impact of Chung Myung's changes. Jo-gul reassures Yoon-jong, emphasizing his determination and resilience in facing the challenges ahead. He then asked where Chung Myung was. Yoon-jong told him that the sect leader wanted to meet him earlier so Chung Myung might be at the sect leader's residence at that time. Zhou Gul expressed surprise and curiosity as to why the cult leader wanted to meet Chung Myung. At the sect leader's residence, the sect leader offered Chung Myung a reward for his achievements and even suggested the possibility of returning some of the wealth he had handed over to the Mount Hua sect. However, Chung Myung expressed his disinterest in wealth. The sect leader was a little surprised by Chung Myung's answer and asked again if he really didn't want the wealth. Chung Myung justified his lack of interest as there being no place on Mount Hua where he could spend the money. The sect leader was pleased with his understanding of the Tao path, realizing that it was not easy to let go of his attachment to wealth. Meanwhile, Chung Myung thinks that the cult leader probably won't be able to offer him much wealth, since he already has a lot of savings in his secret stash. The cult leader, wanting to give Chung Myung a gift, suggests that he choose another. He even mentioned the possibility of allowing Chung Myung to learn advanced techniques that would normally be limited at his current level of training. However, Chung Myung also expressed his disinterest in learning advanced techniques, stating that there must be a reason why the ancestors established a special order for studying techniques. The cult leader acknowledged the point, realizing that there was a purpose behind the structured advancement of the technique. Chung Myung, however, scoffs at the idea of strictly following those orders, thinking to himself that he should be the one teaching the technique. He felt there were still many techniques he needed to pass on to others, and he wondered how he could pass them on naturally. He pondered what he really wanted as his reward and how he could contribute to Mount Hua sect. Suddenly, Chung Myung got the idea to ask for the freedom to go to Hua Prefecture whenever he wanted. He thinks that to achieve anything, he needs to gain freedom and have the ability to move around different places. The sect leader questions his interest in going to Hua Prefecture. Chung Myung emphasized that he believes he can learn and grow by experiencing the wider world outside the temple. The sect leader acknowledged his point of view, but expressed concern over Mount Hua sect's violation of the rules. He believes that Chung Myung's achievements are worthy of such privilege, but is concerned about potential complaints of injustice. Chung Myung was frustrated with the sect leader's response and thought that the sect leader was being too picky. He felt that if he wasn't allowed to go to Hua Prefecture once in a while, there wasn't much more he could ask for. Thinking quickly, Chung Myung changes his approach and passionately shows his current physical condition, emphasizing that his body is in bad condition and his inner energy is damaged, as confirmed by the doctor. He then asked for the pills of life, which were known to restore health. The sect leader was surprised by Chung Myung's request for the pill of life and expressed his surprise. The sect leader then made his decision and Chung Myung looked at the sect leader expectantly, eager to hear his decision. The sect leader took a sip of water before making the unexpected statement that disciple Chung Myung no longer needed permission to go outside the Mount Hua sect temple. Chung Myung was surprised by this sudden change in the sect leader's attitude. However, before he could fully understand the situation, the sect leader suddenly lifted him from his chair and clarified that he was not allowed to go outside Hua Prefecture. Chung Myung is still trying to understand the sect leader's decision, interrupting and questioning the sect leader's previous statement of not allowing him to go to Hua Prefecture. However, the sect leader swiftly threw him out of the room and stated that Chung Myung would take full responsibility for all consequences that occurred outside the Mount Hua sect temple. Confused and frustrated, Chung Myung calls the sect leader about the pill of life, but the door to the room closes, leaving him alone outside. Meanwhile, the sect leader, after closing the door, thinks that he doesn't even have a pill of life for himself and finds Chung Myung's request unreasonable. Chung Myung is left to reflect on his situation and states that he would rather die than suffer like that. After closing the door, the sect leader turned to the elders and started a discussion about Chung Myung. He asked what they thought of him. Unam expresses his belief that Chung Myung will definitely understand the way of Tao. The cult leader agrees, recognizing the wisdom he perceives in Chung Myung's speech, despite his young age. Unam thought that when he talked to Chung Myung, he didn't feel like he was talking to a child. There was a hint of childishness in him, and he could feel the spirit of the Tao radiating from him. The sect leader then turned to another elder, Hyun Sang, and asked him what he thought of Chung Myung. Hyun Sang answered that he is not an expert in evaluating people, but he shared his perception. He describes Chung Myung as a child who is not childish, in line with Eunam's sentiments. Eunam is shocked after hearing this and realizes that she is not the only one who feels this way about Chung Myung. Hyun Sang explained his perspective further, emphasizing that while some children may show maturity due to deep thoughts or difficult life experiences, Chung Myung's attitude goes beyond that. He feels that the way Chung Myung speaks and acts makes him seem like an actual adult, and sometimes even like an old man. The cult leader asks if that means Chung Myung is damaged from the inside. Hyun Sang clarifies that he didn't mean to imply that. The cult leader understands Hyun Sang's intentions, but advises them that Chung Myung is just a child and they should not attach any deeper meaning to his maturity. He reiterates the goal of their sect, which is to nurture and support individuals, not exploit them for their own gain. If they find great talent, they are responsible for encouraging their growth, and if they run into problems, they are responsible for guiding them through solutions. Both Eunam and Hyun Sang agree with the sect leader's point of view. The sect leader then shifted the topic and asked about the development progress. Eunam told him that they were having difficulty gathering more wood because of the steepness of the mountain, even though they cut down nearby trees to get as much wood as possible. They still needed a few more days to dry and trim the trees cut down for construction purposes. The sect leader then asked Eunam if he thought spending money to restore the sect's appearance immediately after getting the funds was a bad decision. Eunam assured the cult leader that he did not oppose the decision. The sect leader explained that rebuilding Mount Hua sect was necessary because when someone made new resolutions and determinations, they had to organize their environment and improve their behavior. And this is no different from a sect. This method is said to be the most effective in communicating new resolutions to students. Eunam completely agreed with the cult leader's point of view. The sect leader then turns his attention to Hyun Sang and asks him to complete the interpretation of the new technique they acquired as soon as possible. However, he warned him to avoid any careless mistakes in the process, as the fate of Mount Hua sect depended on how they taught this technique to the disciples. Hyun Sang assures the sect leader that he will be careful and avoid even the slightest mistake. The cult leader expressed his trust in Eunam and Hyun Sang. In his mind, Hyun Sang ponders whether he should tell the sect leader about his observations regarding the new technique book. He had noticed that the books looked very new even though they were at least 100 years old, and there were ink marks as if someone had written them in a hurry. He wondered if there was a bigger scheme afoot. However, he admits his suspicions may be overblown, considering the contents of the book are undoubtedly genuine. He then concluded that someone was secretly helping Mount Hua sect while hiding their identity. He pondered the identity of the individual mind that would go to great lengths to help the sect. On the other hand, Chung Myung vented his frustration, feeling that the sect leader had kicked him out just because he didn't want to give him the pill of life. Nothing good happened, even after he tried hard and rewrote all his techniques. He believed that the sect had not only lost the pill recipe, but also all its money. Chung Myung angrily declares that the sect will be destroyed. In his thoughts, Chung Myung admitted that the side effects he was experiencing from his current condition were more severe than he expected. His body did not heal as quickly as he had hoped, and he estimated it would take around half a year to fully recover. However, he rejected the idea, stating that he would not accept a long term. Chung Myung understood that losing half a year of training would be detrimental for someone as young as him. He emphasized the importance of the ideal period for building fundamental inner strength during a child's continuous growth and change. Once that period is missed, it can never be regained. Chung Myung thought of two options to recover his pure innate ki. The first was to consume the pill of life, but without access to one, he turned to the second option, which was to receive assistance through the ki transfer technique. However, he regretted that he currently had no way to find someone capable of transferring their ki to him. Recalling his past experiences, Chung Myung recalls the times when he relied on plum blossom pills to relieve a hangover. Just thinking about it triggered a strong desire to drink. He fondly recalled the pill's incredible effectiveness in reducing the hangover, allowing him to enjoy a drink without his brother knowing, and then easily eliminating the resulting hangover with a single pill. However, at that moment, a sudden realization dawned on him. He clearly remembered the true location of the life pill. Chung Myung runs through the forest, determined to find the location he remembers. He relies on his hazy memory and admits that sometimes having a bad memory can be useful in situations like this. Arriving at a steep and dangerous cliff, Chung Myung looked up at the steep and dangerous slope. This cliff was known as the most dangerous and difficult among the 5 great mountains. He knew that the place he was looking for was located in the middle of this dangerous cliff. It was a secret location that only he knew about, even within Mount Hwasek. Climbing the cliff is the only way to reach the small cave hidden inside. Although the cliff was prohibited from being used by students as a training ground due to its danger, Chung Myung considered it the perfect place to hide from his brother. It allows him to enjoy activities like drinking, eating meat, or taking a nap without being noticed. Chung Myung ponders the question, wondering why brother let him live. Come to think of it, he wouldn't let someone like him live. But that is not the main concern at the moment. There, somewhere above, lay the life pills he had hidden in his past life. If he was his past self, he could easily reach it with just 2 jumps. However, with his current body, climbing was impossible. But an idea crossed his mind. What if he tries to go down instead of up? The only problem is that it is 10 times more dangerous. With an unwavering spirit, Chung Myung accepts whatever challenges are in front of him, and states that we only live once. But he quickly admitted that this was technically his second life. Tying a rope to a tree, Chung Myung began to climb down the mountain cliff. As he climbed, frustration overwhelmed him, and he vented his anger by shouting in frustration, asking why was it so difficult to revive the Mount Hwasek. The rugged, disconnected nature of the cliff makes it clear why it was forbidden as a training ground for disciples. As the name suggests, this cliff is very steep and has no steps or handrails, making it very difficult to climb. But suddenly, when he was about to go down, an accident occurred. His foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance and start to fall off the cliff. When Chung Myung finds himself falling off a cliff, panic and fear grip his mind. The realization that he could lose his life in this dangerous situation consumed him.
Chung Myung, desperately trying to save himself from the fall, stretched out his hand and activated his chi-sucking technique, hoping to grab her cliff and stopped his descent. However, the impact was too strong, causing his finger bones to break, eliciting a scream of pain as he fell again. Miraculously, as he fell, the momentum from the previous chi suction pushed him towards the entrance of a cave, where he landed precariously, but the force of the landing sent him tumbling through the entrance, and once again, he found himself in free fall. In a twist of fate, the previously broken rope managed to get entangled between the rocks of the cliff, suddenly stopping its downward plunge. Grateful for this unexpected reprieve, Chung Myung immediately climbed back to the cave entrance, his voice filled with frustration and disbelief. Chung Myung climbed to the cave entrance, expressing his frustration in a loud voice. He couldn't believe that the Plum Blossom Sword Monk had chosen such an impractical location as his hiding place. He questioned the sanity of the decision, wondering if the strict training had driven the Sword Saint insane. At that moment, a realization dawned on Chung Myung. He remembered that he was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, thus causing a moment of introspection. Glancing forward, Chung Myung's eyes fell on a closed object. He removed the cloth and revealed a glowing orb, a night-light crystal that had been brought into the cave, indicating a lack of foresight on the part of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. With anticipation, he opened a box, only to find another box inside. Realizing that he had finally found what he was looking for, Chung Myung's joy grew even greater. This was a plum blossom pill that could potentially help his body recover. Upon opening the box, he was greeted with a glowing pink light, filling the room with the scent of a plum tree in full bloom. To his joy, Chung Myung found not only plum blossom pills, but also snowflower pills, which were even more valuable and plentiful. The realization that the Plum Blossom Sword Monk had hidden the treasure made him surprised at his own courage. Speaking to his Savyang, Chung Myung jokingly begs for understanding, assuring her that he is not hiding the most expensive pill of life in a certain location. Overcome with joy, he couldn't hold back his laughter, enjoying the incredible discovery he had discovered. When Chung Myung took the snowflower pill, he felt it melt instantly, its elegant fragrance spreading throughout his body. However, he didn't have time to enjoy the fragrance. He needed to focus on containing the chi of the pill inside his body, preventing it from escaping. But he soon realized that the chi from the snowflower pill could not be used to recover his impure innate true chi in its current state. The pride of Manhwa sect, the snowflower pill, had too many impurities to be stored directly in his dantian. Chunming knew he had to purify it. Even though it meant wasting most of the chi stored in the pills, Chunmyung made the difficult decision to take the longer route and build the most complete and perfect foundation. He couldn't let impatience dictate his actions. With single-minded determination, he filtered out impurities, keeping only the purest chi. However, he couldn't help but feel it was a waste because of the little pure chi he had left. Nevertheless, he stored these precious fragments deep within his dantian, into the very core of his being innate true chi. As the purifying true chi began to converge within him, the entire cave emitted a bright light. Chunming, who was now floating in a meditative position, felt the veins on his neck and face bulge, and his entire body was enveloped in an intense light. He screamed, a mixture of pain and joy, as his body underwent a transformation triggered by the fusion of true chi. The process was intense, pushing her limits and bringing her one step closer to total recovery and deeper inner strength. That is the end of chapter 16, so now let's next to chapter 17. As Chunmyung's body continued to glow, he clenched his fist and another wave of light shot out from the cave. Soon Chunmyung opened his eyes, and he couldn't help but admire the miraculous healing of his broken bones and scars. He noticed that his bones felt stronger than before, a testament to his young body's compatibility with the chi from the pill. The effect exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he felt the remaining impurities in his body leak out, and he felt as if his meridians were expanding. However, he suddenly felt his heart pounding and felt a sharp pain. He realized that the chi flowing back from his lower dantian had penetrated the middle dantian. It felt like a huge ocean wave, uncontrollable and dangerous. If it penetrated the upper dantian, his inner strength would become unruly. Chunming knew he had to stop it from flowing. In his pain and struggle, he heard a familiar voice. It was his brother, Youngmun. Brother speaks up, questioning whether Chunming is a Taoist or a martial artist. He explains that martial artists try to forcefully suppress and control the flow, whereas those who follow the path of Tao tolerate it. Brother advised him not to try to suppress the natural flow of the world. Brother emphasized that if someone builds a dam to stop water, then he will find a way to drain the obstruction. Instead, he encourages Chunmyung to let things be as they are, to let them flow naturally. Humans are part of nature and cannot be separated from its beauty. Brother urges him to accept the flow of life and trust in the wisdom inherent in it. Chunmyung then finds himself in a strange place. He intuitively knew that he was in his upper dantian. He observed the cracked wall in front of him, which served as the entrance to his upper dantian. He placed his hand on the cracked wall and felt a huge vibration behind the wall. He understood that it was only a matter of time before the chi penetrated the upper dantian. Pondering the dangerous state of his upper dantian, Chunmyung realized the need to open the wall carefully. If he did it too quickly, the chi would sweep through his upper dantian. He recalled brother's words about letting things flow, realizing that trying to forcefully stop the chi would only lead to an overflow of the chi. He acknowledged brother's wisdom, even though in the past he didn't pay much attention to it, because he thought brother's words were just nagging. He accepted the tide, understanding that resistance would only bring further destruction. Chi begins to flow naturally from the lower dantian to the middle dantian, and finally to the upper dantian. As a new day arrived, Chunmyung opened his eyes and a feeling of confusion crossed his face as he found himself floating in the air. He then falls to the ground and questions why he is floating. As Chunmyung observed the unobstructed meridians throughout his body and felt the difference in his new strength, he was amazed at the resilience of his young body. Realizing the potential consequences of his previous actions, he recognizes brother's invaluable teachings as having saved him from death or paralysis. Feeling the benefits of his efforts, Chunmyung admitted that his efforts had paid off. His innate chi had been restored, his meridians widened, and his inner strength increased. He marvels at the newfound strength in his body, attributing it to his enlightenment after facing death previously. His brother's teachings, which he had dismissed as nagging in his past life, were starting to make sense to him. As he walked towards the cave entrance, Chunmyung pondered his identity. In his previous life, he was a swordsman, not a Taoist. However, Manhwa sect encompassed both swordsmanship and Taoism. Doubt arose within him, questioning whether someone like him could truly revive the Manhwa sect. Despite this, Chunmyung decided to give it his all. He would try everything in his power, whatever the outcome. He glanced at the pills before him, realizing that they meant nothing to him now. However, he recognized its potential value to others who could benefit greatly from it. Determined, he decided it was time to return. But suddenly he went back into the cave and came back with 2 bottles stuck to his back. He convinced himself that it had nothing to do with his desire to drink alcohol. He was just curious about the taste of 100-year-old liquor. The unchanging nature of the cave, despite the many changes that the Manhwa sect had experienced, evoked the feeling of reliving his past life every time he was inside. Chunmyung thought about brother Jangmun, which made him really miss him, and admitted that he really missed the past. He decided to return to this place periodically, realizing its importance in his heart. With new determination, Chunmyung leaps high into the air, climbing the cliff at a speed that was impossible for him the day before. Each jump pushed him closer to the top, and when he reached the top, he looked back at the magnificent sunrise. When Chunmyung reached the top of the cliff, he noticed a lightness in his body. Enjoying the sensation, he took a deep breath, enjoying the freshness of the air from above. However, his fun was suddenly interrupted when he smelled a foul smell in the air. Shocked and disgusted, he wondered why such an unpleasant smell was emitting from his body. That is the end of chapter 17. So now let's next to chapter 18. While the students inside dormitory house started discussing Chunmyung's current weak condition as soon as their special morning practice started. The gap he made in his routine was noticed by everyone present in the training pit, and they started making plans to gang up on him to make a stop for all their hard training. But it was all in vain when Chunmyung finally revealed his sober state to everyone, looking better than before. He makes an announcement to everyone stating how sorry he is for neglecting their part of the practice, but that he feels better now. From before they had to go to the top of Lotus Mountain and come back to atone for their mistakes. Suddenly Jo-gul and Jonghyun started heading to Lotus Mountain with great enthusiasm, while the others continued to follow them for fear of being punished instead of being punished. His anger at Chunmyung's disciples was actually motivated by courage, which made them conspire against him, but he would not spare them if they did not have the strength to back up their claims. Chunmyung believes that the success of the entire sect depends on everyone belonging to the sect, and when they finally complete the task, all the disciples lying on the ground are exhausted and wasted except for Jonghyun. His strong mentality separates him from the others, but when Chunmyung appeared without any fatigue on his body while he continued to lift countless heavy stones, leaving them all flabbergasted when the training ended, everyone present in the hall continued to discuss Chunmyung's madness, but Jo-gul believed that he must have already made up his mind in his mind. Soon everyone given life pills, including Jo-gul, to improve their morale and body at the same time, which makes them very sharp and strong. Anam was amazed to see how Chunmyung was able to bring about such changes in a short time. Suddenly the sect leader entered the training hall with a worried look because of something that even made Anam speechless when he opened the martial arts book which Chunmyung found. That is the end of chapter 18. So now let's next to chapter 19. The last page of the book contained a note from the previous sect leader stating that they should continue teaching the balanced sword technique as the foundation of the Manhwa sect, while the sect leader, considering the words spoken by ancestor Anam, decided not to think the same, considering the fact that they did not have enough time to make such adjustments. But when she again witnessed the sudden changes made by Chunmyung, she wanted to take his words as advice to make drastic changes in their future. The sect leader was stunned to listen to Chunmyung because he only considered the pride of the Chunmyungs, putting Manhwa sect above all else. He couldn't believe that he heard something like that from the mouth of a child, and the cult leader ordered Anam to change the basic technique to the real one. Not only that, but also he wanted Anam to follow through every other technique, aspects of mountain sect engineering at the same time. On the other hand, Chunmyung is angry at the incompetent Manhwa sect leaders, thinking about his future visit to Huayan Prefecture, which might even reveal their additional mistakes as time goes by. That is the end of chapter 19. So now let's next to chapter 20. Manhwa sect finally felt at peace after solving not only financial problems, but also the establishment of a new technique to propel his future. But Chunmyung did not believe in the same aspect when he asked Jo-gul for advice for sexual progress. Chunmyung is shocked to learn the harsh reality because they keep having problems even when trying. to buy goods from merchants. While discussing the tragedy that befell them, Zhou Gul finally revealed some important information regarding a great merchant named Elder Wang who was active in Shanxi province. Apparently the man named Elder Wang was the sponsor of the Manhwa sect for a long time, and is still standing. It was only thanks to him when Changmyang wanted to ask for his help that Zhou Gul revealed that he had been bedridden for the past year due to his illness as he remained unconscious. Yunam's sudden arrival was a shock in his life because he stated that he had to deliver an important letter to the sect leader. He was from the Yinhe Merchant Guild in which the elder was hanged, was part of how Changyang found out that Elder Wang's son was the one who sent the letter to them, which mentioned his father's illness. Not only that, the letter also revealed some important information regarding his father's symptoms, which made his qi veins churn as he lost consciousness while reading the letter.
The Yinhe Merchant Guild brought in a number of well-known medical professionals to assist in the treatment of his father. Not a single one of them was able to correctly identify the illness. As a result, as a last-ditch effort, he decided to send this letter to the people who were related to his father. The letter proceeded on to say that he urged them to let him know in any way that is most convenient to both them and the person who brings him information about how to treat his father's disease in any way that they know anything about his father's illness. This was stated in the letter. As it continued, he guaranteed that the Yinhe Merchant Guild would make good on their debt to them by offering them a large reward in exchange for their assistance. The letter was concluded by the son of Huang, who said that he was looking forward to it and signed it with his name at the bottom, which was Zhonggui Huang, the master of the Yinhe Merchant Guild. After Changmyang had finished reading the letter, he muttered an expletive in the air and stated that there was no way that regular doctors would be able to treat it. Changmyang had an intuition that it was the demon's flower, and he believed that this was the most likely explanation, because the symptoms when viewed from the outside are identical to those of severe poisoning. The medical professionals very certainly attempted to treat the sickness in a manner comparable to how they would treat poisoning. The demon's flower is a symptom that manifests itself when Changmyang is attacked by particular tactics practiced by the heavenly demon sect. This is the most important reason why Changmyang is acting nervously right now, as his anger toward the demon sect grew. Changmyang gritted his teeth and tightened his jaw. He talked as he crumpled the letter in his hands and said that he believed that the majority of them had been eradicated in the Kilian Highlands, which led him to believe that their lifeline was still active up to the present day. But that was not the only issue at hand. Not only were they still alive, but Changmyang could tell from the very marrow of his bones that they were hatching a conspiracy somewhere in the Zhongyuan region. As his irritation level remained the same, Changmyang cocked one of his eyebrows to the side. He pondered the possibility that they harbored some sort of ill will toward the Manhwa sect. After that, he raged at them, moaning about why they continued to cause them trouble. They had to pick Elder Huang to attack out of everyone in the entire Zhongyuan region. Changmyang took another look at the letter. He sighed and muttered that the news was not good. Simply by reading the description of the letter, he is unable to determine with absolute certainty whether or not it was in fact the demon's flower. First he must verify it with his own eyes, and Changmyang beamed with excitement as he recalled that the letter indicated the enormous reward. As a result, he insisted that he go to them as soon as possible. Changmyang is unable to conceptualize how impressive the tremendous reward would be, since according to Zhou Gul, the Yinhe Merchant Guild must have an impressive amount of riches if such a guild is offering the reward. Changmyang is unable to fathom how impressive it may be, and if the Zhongyuan and the demon sect had not engaged in conflict throughout those 100 years, he would still have been gone. The existence of the demon's flower can be unknown to a significant number of people. Changmyang continued to think while he used his kai to replace the seal on the letter, so that it could be closed. On that day, the heavenly demon massacred anybody in the Kilian Mountains who might have known about it, but who can say for sure what might have taken place? There is still a possibility that someone is aware of it. Changmyang's blood began to boil the moment he considered the possibility that those individuals might read this message. He cannot allow that to take place. Changmyang started running once more with one idea preoccupying his mind. He cannot afford to give anyone else the opportunity to steal his prey. No, his patient. If it was about money, no, in accordance with the Tao, he needs to assist him. Some third-class disciples of the Manhwa sect who were climbing back complained that they were becoming tired of doing it every day back at the sect. And Zhou Gul, who was in a state of terror at the time, quickly shouted out to Yunzhong, who was standing in front of the other third-class disciples. Gasping for air, Yunzhong, who was looking at Zhou Gul, was thinking to himself that he didn't understand why Zhou Gul was being so immature these days. After that, Zhou Gul yelled that there was an urgent situation. The moment Zhou Gul spoke the name Changmyang, Yoon-jong's expression changed to one of grave concern, but Jo-gul instructed Yoon-jong to simply follow him first, which Yoon-jong hastily did in response to Jo-gul's instruction. The two of them eventually made it to Chung-myung's room, and while inside they noticed a message on the nightstand immediately. After Chung-myung disappeared, Yoon-jong inquired to Jo-gul about his whereabout belts while he stuttered. However, Jo-gul stated that this was irrelevant to the discussion and instructed Yoon-jong to read the letter that was placed on top of Chung-myung's bed. They then proceeded to open the letter and read the contents. Chung-myung's letter states that he will be gone in a few days. Because something unexpected came up, he requested them to come up with an excuse to their seniors and threatened them that if they skipped training he would bend their backs backward. Even a sketch of his face showing him grinning broadly while clenching his hand tightly was included. Yoon-jong's expression became increasingly aggravated as he continued to read the letter. Jo-gul, who was observing Yoon-jong's angry shaking, inquired about the next course of action. Yoon-jong said that for the time being they need to make sure that others keep their mouths shut about this. But Jo-gul argued that it would be awful if they were caught. After that, Yoon-jong crumpled up the piece of paper in his palm and stated that even if they told them about it, it would not make a difference. Chung-myung has informed them that he would leave in a few days, so they need to try to conceal this information as best they can. While looking at the crumpled piece of paper he is holding in his hand with an unhappy expression, Yoon-jong reasoned that if their elders did not aggressively search for Chung-myung, after all, there was no way the higher-ups would care about a third-class disciple. If they have enough luck on their side, they might be able to get away with this on the other side. Jo-gul has stated that he is unsure of what he would do in the event that they were discovered. Yoon-jong then questioned Jo-gul if he was concerned about that because he was concerned about something else. Yoon-jong showed Jo-gul a serious face and said that he was concerned about whatever it was that had prompted Chung-myung to be away for a few days. They were left with little choice but to ponder how much more trouble Chung-myung was going to wreak. This time Chung-myung had strayed so far from the Manhwa sect that he was now spending the night jumping from tree to tree. After Chung-myung had successfully landed on the ground, he began to breathe more heavily. He remarked that he has to take a moment to compose himself first after completing the task of sprinting 300 lists in one go. Beginning from the temple of the Manhwa sect, his mouth felt extremely dry and he was fatigued. He questioned whether or not it was still too much for his body at this point. After that, he began to believe that when he was at the peak of his athletic ability, a single leap was sufficient for him to vault over an entire mountain, and that he could get across an entire river with just 2 hops. Even if he had walked at a leisurely pace, getting there would not have taken him very long at all. Chung-myung wiped the sweat that was on his face and commented that it had been a while since he had been there. He was taken in the sights of the brightly lit city. It turned out to be the city of Zion. He made the remark that he too had many memories associated with that location. While he was drinking alcohol in the street, he was making the remark that there was nothing better than to avoid being spotted by his senior while he was drinking and acting recklessly on the street. He accidentally caused one of the men who was walking in the street to drop his bottle of alcohol because he accidentally bumped into him. Chung-myung was then instructed by the man who had bumped into him that he was to apologize whenever he accidentally ran into another person. He also mentioned that he had a foul odor coming from somewhere, and it turned out that it was coming from the Manhwa sect. That is the end of chapter 21, so now let's we next to chapter 22. When Chung-myung heard this, he did not appreciate it while all of this was going on. Chung-myung remained mute while the alcohol that was already on the ground continued to be spilled there. Chung-myung made a statement and instructed the males to retrieve the alcoholic bottle. However, the man just laughed and stated that he guessed that everyone from the Manhwa sect was the same. He continued by stating that he guessed that the members of the Manhwa sect had no basic manners. They then proceeded to explain to Chung-myung that the Southern Edge sect would provide him with a brief education regarding the consequences that result from someone messing in their yard. Chung-myung then became very serious, kicking the bottle of alcohol into the air. Before any of them even realized what was happening, Chung-myung had already hit each and every one of them, and after it was all over, Chung-myung managed to get his hands on the alcohol while the other disciples from the Southern Edge sect collapsed. The Southern Edge sect and the Manhwa sect are practically considered to be mortal adversaries of one another. Why? Because it is only natural for large sect that are geographically close to each other to be bitter rivals. Due to the parallels between the two, particularly the fact that they are both Taoist sect and that they both employ sword methods, there was a great deal of competition between the two, and every time there was a disagreement over which sect was more powerful, it instantly escalated into a sword fight between the two sides because it was a contest between two people's senses of pride. Those who belonged to the Manhwa sect were aware of this fact, and as a result they did their best to avoid a confrontation with members of the Southern Edge sect. Which meant they should avoid going to Shanksa despite the fact that this was not true for Changmyang. He certainly seems to think so based on the smug grin on his face. Changmyang had no choice but to go to Shanksa, because it was the best area for him to conceal his antics from his elders. While he was in Shaanxi and he had no other option, even though he was involved in quite a few altercations. He was never the aggressor in any of them. They were only approaching him with the intention of picking a fight. When he thinks back on it, now he realizes that they were really persistent. They continued to circle back around to him. After being battered to the point where they were close to dying, as if getting pummeled was some kind of hobby for them. They were psychotic individuals who made a beeline for him. The moment they determined that he belonged to the Manhwa sect, and it's likely that this dogged determination was a significant element in the Southern Edge sect, developing into what it is today. Because of this, he had the impression that a significant problem would arise if he confronted them. But Changmyang of course laughed off his concerns as if they were nothing, insisting that everything would be all right. In the end, it is not as though they are actively searching for him as they did in his previous existence. On the other hand, a physician who was examining Elder Huang's condition and advising Zhonggui that it would be difficult. After being informed of this, Zhonggui will let out a deep sigh. He inquired of the physician whether or not he was claiming that even a doctor who hailed from the Sichuan-Tan family, which was known as the Master of Poisons, was unable to treat his father. The physician said that it was indeed the case that his family's knowledge of poisons was unparalleled anywhere else in the entire world. According to what he shared with Zhonggui, however, Elder Huang's illness is not the result of poison. This shocked Zhonggui as well as the doctor, who continued by saying that even though it has the appearance of poisoning, it is not brought on by poison. He confided in Zhonggui that he had a sneaking suspicion that there was a more fundamental reason behind this. Zhonggui grabbed the doctor's sleeves in a desperate attempt to get his attention, and then he asked the doctor what illness he was considering. After Zhonggui understood what he had done, he immediately apologized to the doctor and explained that the motivation behind his actions was impatience. The physician also expressed regret, stating that he was unable to be of any further assistance to the patient. As Zhonggui sat on the chair next to his father, he was lost in deep concentration the entire time. What actions should he take in response to this? Even with the vast wealth at his disposal, he is powerless to improve his father's condition, which is rapidly deteriorating despite the fact that he is unable to take any action. His father had devoted his entire life to helping those who were less fortunate, and now after a year-long battle with a mysterious illness, he is going to pass away. Isn't that a little too severe? As Zhonggui sat on the chair next to his father, he was lost in deep concentration the entire time. Despite the fact, he suddenly heard a voice from behind the door, telling him that he would open the door. It was an elderly member of the Southern Edge sect named Moksoyang. He entered the room and announced, without displaying any sign of emotion on his face, that he should accept the truth and that the only way to save Elder Huang would be through the performance of a Taoist ceremony. After a brief period of silence, Zhonggui broke it by stating that he was aware of what the other person meant, but that he did not intend to rely on anything of the sort just yet. Moksoyang then explained that it was not typical for the leader of the Great Southern Edge sect to volunteer to do the ritual himself, and that the only reason they were given such treatment was because the patient was an Elder Huang from the Union Merchant Guild. Zhonggui, on the other hand, did not back down. Even after Moksoyang said so to him, he denied that the letters that he had sent had not received any responses as of yet. Moksoyang clicked his tongue, overlaying what Zhonggui was saying, and claimed that it was pointless. As Zhonggui continued to speak in his state of fury, was powerless to do anything but maintain control over himself. While he was trying to calm himself down, he closed his eyes. It was rude, but the explanation for why he was powerless to take any action, even after something like that, was straightforward. The reason for this particular individual, Moksoyang, is an elder of the Southern Edge sect, which has been well known for a considerable amount of time as one of the 10 great sects, and in more recent times it has evolved into an unstoppable force that is leaving its imprint all over the world. It would not be an exaggeration to suggest that it will become one of the finest swordsmanship sect in the world, if this practice is maintained for a couple more generations. In fact, it is already on its way to being one of the greatest. Since the beginning of recorded history, the Southern Edge sect has wielded an immense amount of power over Shaanxi. When an elder of such a sect is deliberating over a matter, the son of the guild master cannot in any way contradict what the elder decides. As Zhonggui continued to think, the thought that they would most likely seek fortune as payment for the ritual caused him to clench his fist in anger. In fact, though the matter at hand was not one of financial concern, if it meant he could save his father, he was willing to give up everything he owned as a sacrifice. However, if they are so certain that the ritual can rescue his father, then they would have asked for money after they had successfully performed the ritual and saved his father. This indicates that they are after something else. Moksoing started to speak and said that he found the situation to be very annoying, but before he could even complete speaking, someone shouted from outside the door calling Jongui. After opening the door, Jongui asked the other person what the problem was. The reply from the man was that a member of the Mount Hua sect had arrived. This caused Jongui to be perplexed because the Mount Hua sect was the very last location to which he had sent a letter. Jongui's calculations suggest that it ought to have arrived not too long ago, and yet there is already someone present in that location. Moksoyang then spoke out and inquired as to whether or not they were referring to the Mount Hua sect. That was on the verge of disintegrating. He went on to say that they must be conspiring about something, adding that talking to them would be a waste of time. Moksoyang attempted to stop Jongui by laying his hand on Jongui's shoulder. He proceeded by saying that there was no need for Jongui to meet someone like him, and by asking Jongui if he truly believes that someone from the Mount Hua sect can cure his father. Jongui then looked at Moksoyang with conviction, and stated that since they had come after receiving Jongui's call for assistance, he did not see how he could just send them away without at least offering them appropriate greetings. After being rendered speechless as a result of this, Moksoyang pretended to cough. After that, Jongui makes a hasty approach to the door, where a member of the Mount Hua sect is waiting for him. Therefore, as soon as they opened the gate from the front door, Jongui instantly apologizes for treating the guy who is waiting outside with the stain and then introduces himself. However, the individual stated that he was aware of the situation and that he did not go to that location with the expectation of receiving hospitality. Chung Myung was the one who exhibited signs of boredom by scratching his ears. Jongui's reaction upon seeing Chung Myung was one of surprise, and as a result he questioned the man about the presence of any other individuals with him. However, Chung Myung stated that he only came by himself, which caused Jongui to get perplexed. He continued by saying that he knew how to heal Elder Huan, while flapping his right hand to indicate that he would lead the way and that he would like to see the huge reward that was mentioned in the letter. He asked if that would be okay, saying that he would like to see it. This just served to further perplex Jongui, while Chung Myung's expression became even more contorted at the thought of the reward. That is the end of chapter 22, so now let's next to chapter 23. Because of this, Jongui was completely perplexed and he questioned if the Mount Hua sect was looking down on the Union Merchant Guild or not. Moksoyang chuckled sarcastically as he followed behind Jongui, and he continued by telling Jongui that he had previously informed him that it would be a complete waste of time to speak with a member of the Mount Hua sect. He continued to make fun of them by claiming that despite the fact that they were ignorant, they were still determined to achieve something. On the other hand, given that they did not like to expose themselves to the possibility of looking like fools by coming here, they instead dispatched a youth. Chung Myung, on the other hand, shrugged it off and thought that he was used to being treated in this manner because he looked so young. That being the case, he reasoned that he taught to ratchet up Jongui's anticipation even further. After bowing and apologizing for the tardiness of the greeting, Chung Myung then introduced himself and stated that the letter they had delivered had been received favorably by the other party. In addition, he explained to them that the reason he was there was because he believed they knew something about the illness that Jongui's father is suffering from based on the symptoms that were outlined in the letter. When Jongui heard this, he was taken aback. That is why he tried to question Chung Myung a second time if what he was saying was actually accurate, since he could not simply believe it, to which Chung Myung gave confirmation that he was right. Despite this, Jongui continues to find it hard to believe it was the first time someone had ever stated something even remotely similar to that. Jongui could not help but shake as he thinks many well-known physicians and experts have previously visited them, but not a single one of them was able to talk about his father's condition even before they met him. However, even though Jongui had his doubts, he still hoped that Chung Myung would be able to assist in his father's recovery. Before Jongui could even say anything, Moksoyang had already walked forward and was laughing at Chung Myung's statement. Moksoyang accused Chung Myung of deceiving Jongui at such a young age. Jongui was informed by Moksoyang that there was no further information to obtain from Chung Myung. He made a kindly suggestion to them that they should head back inside because they were wasting their time on some nobody, but it was when Chung Myung excused himself and questioned Moksoyang in an upset tone who he was and why Moksoyang kept calling him brat that he drew everyone's attention. He acted as if he was infuriated. As a result of this, both Jongui and Moksoyang were rendered incapable of speaking. Moksoyang found it hard to believe that Chung Myung did not recognize him. As a result, he questioned Chung Myung about whether or not the question was meant for him. In response, Chung Myung asked Moksoyang whether or not there was anybody other than him who kept calling him a brat. As a result of this, Moksoyang felt enraged and he expressed his displeasure to Chung Myung by telling him how dare someone like him be unable to identify an elder from a Southern Edge sect. But before you could complete speaking, Chung Myung also talked while picking at his ears. This cut him off. Before he could finish, he spoke with an expression on his face as if he did not care about Moksoyang at all, and that he believed that he was a doctor or something, since he was acting like he knew everything there was to know about everything. Chung Myung then said that if such were the case, then he should suppose that Moksoyang has a solution to heal Elder Huang's condition. This was his conclusion after Chung Myung considered the situation, but Moksoyang did not say anything other than that Elder Huang was suffering from the illness because he did not follow the way of the Tao, and that the only treatment would be to execute the Taoist ceremony. Chung Myung said that it made sense and seemed reasonable. He advised them that if this were the case, they should not waste any time and contact the members of the Wuding or Zhongyan sect, because those groups are experts in issues of this nature. Moksoyang nervously protested that there was no need for it and was ready to add anything more. But Chung Myung cut him off again by stating that there was no one who didn't know that the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect do not specialize in those kinds of things. It was in everyone's best interest to delegate the performance of any rites that needed to be done to genuine Taoists. Chung Myung then turned to Zhonghui with a smug expression on his face as he inquired whether or not they desired it to be as cost-effective as possible, because doing so would ensure that they were not taken advantage of in any manner. This sparked a notion in Jongui's head, but he chose to remain silent for the time being, while Mokseung's anger toward Chung Myung grew even more intense as he yelled at him to be quiet. Chung Myung seemed not to care and just apologized in a manner that was completely insincere because of Chung Myung's behavior. Moksoyang had no choice but to feel an increasing amount of rage. He then turned to Zhongui and requested that he drive Chung Myung away as soon as possible. This made Zhongui want to let out an audible sigh. Zhongui stared at Moksoyang with a serious expression on his face before responding. Moksoyang was visibly unable to respond. After Zhongui pointed out that he was at the Union Merchant Guild and not in the Southern Edge sect, Zhongui remarked that it was up to him how he should treat his guests. Zhongui posed a few questions to including one in which he inquired as to whether or not he could hear the specifics of the hint that could heal his father. As a result, Chung Myung responded by stating that according to what he had heard, Elder Huang had traveled quite a bit in the past, and that before becoming ill, he must have traveled to the Kilian Mountains during one of his travels. However, contrary to Chung Myung's expectations, he was wrong, which led to him experiencing a great deal of confusion. Chung Myung continued to speak while stuttering and said that as a result of this, Elder Huang must have been attacked on one of his previous travels. However, according to Zhongui, it was not the case either. Zhongui started having second thoughts about him as a result of Chung Myung's unclear judgments. Now not even a sliver of optimism that he had previously harbored remained as a consequence of this development. Moksoyang is overjoyed beyond measure, and he stated that he has already informed them that the Mount Hua sect is a gang of thugs who people out of their money. On the other hand, Zhongui chose not to pay attention Mokseung's mumblings and instead simply told Chung Myung that he hoped the latter could comprehend the situation in which he found himself. He expressed his appreciation for his objectives, but he did not want him to know that he does not want to take the chance of having an amateur make his father's health even worse than it already is. Therefore, he requested that Chung Myung return. While the gate was closing slowly, he told Chung Myung that he would express his gratitude to the leader of the cult for taking his consideration into account. Despite this, Chung Myung had not yet given up and was attempting to prevent the gate from closing in spite of the fact that he had not yet laid eyes on Elder Huang's corpse. He immediately started describing its state. His entire body begins to flush and grow even more icier when someone presses on Elder Huang's skin. For a brief moment it turns slightly white, but it immediately returns to its normal red color before he lost consciousness. He experienced intense chills as if he were encased in ice and imprisoned in a cavern, in addition to having black dots on his glabella. He also has them on the nape of his neck and on the top of his head. As a result, Zhongui swiftly pulled back the door just as it was about to shut in a shock. He asked Chung Myung how he had obtained such information. Zhonghui's demeanor underwent a complete about-face, and he asked Chung Myung to accompany him inside, with the promise that he would show him the location of his father naturally. Maxing attempted to mediate the situation. However, Zhongui retorted that if they have such knowledge, then why haven't they treated his father yet? Moksoyang was unable to even deny the claim. Zhongui has stated that this issue is exclusively their responsibility, thus he has informed him that he would not permit them to interfere any further. then is absolutely necessary, and he will take the required actions against the Southern Edge sect if they continue doing what they have been doing. Moksung became silent, and Chung Myung, who was standing in the background, wore a pleased expression on his face the entire time. Mokseung's reaction was similar to that of a child having a temper tantrum. He turned aside in irritation. Chung Myung took back the blanket that was covering Elder Huang's body as soon as he entered the house, where Elder Huang was located, so that he could examine it. As soon as he saw the body, he had the impression that his condition was even more serious than he had first believed it would be. While he was combing Elder Huang's body, he was thinking that these signs seemed to be symptoms of the demon's blossom. But it would seem that it is an unfinished one. Elder Huang would not have lived through the year if he had been subjected to an attack with a high-level demonic art. Chung Myung then placed his hands on Elder Huang's crimson wrist and closed his eyes as he focused some of his Kai on the older man's arm. After that, he was certain without a reasonable doubt that it was lacking something. Zhonghui, having observed Chung Myung pondering something, inquired as to whether or not it would be challenging. Chung Myung's statement that it wouldn't be hard to treat his father was a surprise to Zhonghui, who expected it to be more difficult. After all, this was what each and every doctor who had come there had informed Zhonghui. This came as a great surprise to him. Chung Myung reiterated that the process of curing Jongui's father, who appears to be in a state of great shock, will not be difficult. He stated that he had done several things to ensure his survival, such as taking some preventative steps. While he was saying that Elder Twang's skin gradually got paler than it had been previously, this once again absolutely astonished Zhonghui. While Chung Myung told him that he could cure him, but it would take some time, since he needed to go through a few stages to prepare for it. Even though Jongui's mind was a complete mess, he persisted in asking Chung Myung what kind of preparation it was. Chung Myung retorted while grinning ear to ear that the two of them have to first consume some food for breakfast. Zhonghui questioned Chung Myung once more about his earlier inquiry concerning the type of preparation that Chung Myung was referring to as Chung Myung gorged himself like a pig. Chung Myung responded while still chewing his food by saying that it was nothing significant. As he gulped down the food first, he also mentioned that because it demands a lot of energy, it is essential for them to eat well. And he even remarked that the food is tasty. Zhonghui questioned whether or not he could put his faith in Chung Myung. However, after seeing what the other person had done before, he had no choice but to trust what was being said. While Chung Myung was eating, he made the statement that if he was being completely truthful, Jongui's father was not the most pressing concern there. The fundamental issue at hand is determining what caused Jongui's father to become ill in the first place. Because of this, Chung Myung indicated to Zhonghui with the chicken that he wanted to interrogate him and stated that he intended to do so. He inquired of Zhonghui regarding the individual who was the most close to his father, the individual who is always present with Elder Huang regardless of whether he is awake or asleep, and regardless of whether they are traveling or not, or at the very least someone who at least be suspected if anything were to happen with him as an exception. Since he was the son, this perplexed Zhonghui, so he inquired of Chung Myung to the reasoning for his question. Chung Myung responded by saying that he would just state that he required it for the purposes of treatment. Zhonghui gives some serious thought to who else might fit the description given by Chung Myung in addition to himself, because there were so many people who had worked closely with his father. He reasoned that he could not be certain of anything. He assured Chung Myung that there would be at least 5 persons who would fall into the category of the person that Chung Myung had mentioned. After that, Chung Myung commented that it would be impossible to locate them at that time. While he had just finished the last piece of chicken right down to the bone, Zhonghui spoke to Chung Myung about what it is that he is looking for. Therefore, Chung Myung stopped chewing the food that was currently in his mouth and questioned Zhonghui about whether or not he genuinely did not know, and continued by saying that Elder Huang was not attacked by anyone from the outside. Based on how he was currently feeling, therefore, to put it another way, it was the devilry of an insider, and as a consequence of this, Zhonghui could not help warning him to watch what he said. He asserted that everyone in the EUNHA Merchant Guild treats one another as members of their own families. They have spent their entire lives with them, and as a result everyone has a lot of regard for his father. Chung Myung set down his chopsticks and mumbled something to the effect that if it wasn't the devil, then it didn't matter what it was. What Chung Myung stated to Zhonghui in an effort to calm him down was that they would suspect them, and if he were mistaken then it would be a relief. Zhonghui agreed with what Chung Myung said, but he still had reservations. But Chung Myung advised him to take it easy and not worry too much about the situation, since after he investigates it everything will become clear. He did this while picking his teeth with a toothpick. Taking into consideration Elder Huang's current state, it can be deduced that anyone who employed demonic arts in a way that was lacking has been continuously exposing the older to demonic Kai. Since there wouldn't have been any problems in the beginning, he must have been exposed to it for a very long period of time. Before it became an issue, Chung Myung had just finished pondering all of that. Jong-gui interrupted Chung Myung's train of thought by asking him how he intends to proceed with the investigation. Chung Myung merely stated that it would be exactly the same as what they were doing at this very moment, and that all Jongun needed to do was sit and observe, given that a lot of exciting things are going to take place very soon. After that, Chung Myung recalled that he needed Jong-gui to complete something, and he had something for Jong-gui to do. Jong-gui said that regardless of what it is, he will give it his all, and Chung Myung chuckled as he asked for a bottle of Yonti whiskey to be brought to him. Moksoyoung, on the other hand, who was also eating at the time, broke his chopsticks in an angry fit. He began to babble with a disciple who was seated beside him about how it upsets him enough that a brat from the Manhwa sect was given admittance into the EUNHA Merchant Guild, but his name just had to be the same as that Morin's. He went on to say that he didn't understand why his name had to be the same. It was actually the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, which is just another name for Chung Myung. The disciples sitting next to Moksoyoung then questioned him whether he was talking about the Plum Blossom Saint. Isongbak, a member of the Southern Edge sect and a disciple of the second class, was the name of the disciple. However, upon hearing the query, Moksoyoung slammed his fist on the table and stated that the imbecile in question was not even worthy of a title as prestigious as the one he had. Songbik then let out an air to calm himself down from his fury. He wondered why the elder would constantly get so upset whenever the Mount Hua sect was brought up in conversation, even though the Plum Blossom Sword Saint had been dead for close to a century. At this point, people continued to talk about him. Songbik was curious as to what made that man seem so appealing. After that, he gave Maximum the assurance that he should not worry too much. Moksoyoung, on the other hand, did not show any signs of calming down and instead stated that the brat was spreading rumors that he would heal Elder Huang, so how could he not be upset by it? After that, Songbak questioned his senior about whether or not he believed Chung Myung was capable of actually achieving that goal. Moksoyoung surprised him by telling him that Elder Huang's conditions seemed to be getting better, which is the opposite of the response he was expecting. After that, Songbik arrived at the conclusion that this must be the explanation. Elder Huang adheres to a stringent policy regarding the repayment of his debts, therefore the Union Merchant Guild will not put the Manhwa sect in a difficult situation if that youngster was successful in curing him. When Isongbak gave this some thought, he came to the realization that Elder Huang would do everything in his power to protect the Manhwa sect in the event that something like this ever occurred. Therefore, he makes up his mind and tells himself that he will prevent that child from doing it no matter what. When Songbik presented Moksoyoung with his plan, he told that if he did not like the thought of the child being there, all they needed to do was chase him away. Songbik's suggestion was accepted. If the elder does it himself, it will be problematic. However, if the second-class disciples do it, there will be no cause for concern. This is because there is nothing improper about a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect engaging in a light sword duel with a third-class disciple of the Manhwa sect. After giving what Songbik said a lot of thought, Moksoyoung responded by saying that if they did that, people would start spreading rumors that they were trying to intimidate a child. Songbik, however, disproved this and said that there is no one who is unaware of the continuous competition between the Manhwa sect and the Southern Edge sect. Therefore, if they state that they happen to run into each other by coincidence and decided to fight, there won't be any problems, and the fact that the Manhwa and Southern Edge conference is coming up soon will serve as a good explanation. After that, Moksoyoung stated that he understands what Songbik's point, but he still won't allow it. He explained that he won't allow it because the youngster that Songbik will be facing was merely still a third-class disciple, and using violence against a child does not fit the status of the Southern Edge sect. However, even after Moksoyoung said that, Songbik simply smirked, took his sword and declared that he would take what Moksoyoung said, which was that he did not let it happen. Songbik's statement was followed by Songbik brandishing his sword. Isongbak got to his feet, bowed his head before Moksoyoung, and then continued by saying that if one of Mokseung's pupils were to mess up, all they would have to do is take responsibility. Therefore, if they state that they happen to run into each other by coincidence and decided to fight, there won't be any problems, and the fact that the Manhwa and Southern Edge conference is coming up soon will serve as a good explanation. After that, Moksoyoung stated that he understands what Songbik's point, but he still won't allow it. He explained that he won't allow it because the youngster that Songbik will be facing was merely still a third-class disciple, and using violence against a child does not fit the status of the Southern Edge sect. However, even after Moksoyoung said that, Songbik simply smirked, took his sword and declared that he would take what Moksoyoung said, which was that he did not let it happen. Songbik's statement was followed by Songbik brandishing his sword. Isongbak got to his feet, bowed his head before Moksoyoung, and then continued by saying that if one of Mokseung's pupils were to mess up, all they would have to do is take responsibility for their conduct. Moksoin expressed his agreement and stated that he would discipline anyone who touched the child without his permission. Sonbak on the other hand was fully aware of what his elder was referring to. He was aware that along with that punishment came an even more significant prize, hence he could not help but smile. After Sonbik left, Moksoyan was left to reflect on himself. After being left alone, that Sonbik was staring down on the Mount Hua sect was something that in his opinion did not come as a surprise to him at all. When he was younger, the Southern Edge sect did not even have a chance against the Mount Hua sect. This is because by the time he was born it was already in a state of collapse. Even now the Southern Edge sect would still be lower than the Mount Hua sect. If the demon SCC Tasso hadn't brought them down because of this, Moksoyan believed that it was his responsibility to ensure that such times would never occur again. Moksoyan persisted in his line of reasoning and came to the conclusion that given the fact that the child in question had traveled all the way there from the Mount Hua sect, it was probably safe to conclude that they had restarted their efforts to expand their influence, and that you believed that he had trodden on them sufficiently to prevent them from being able to stand back up. Because of this, the glass that was on his hand had only barely survived the force that Moksoyan was applying to it and was on the verge of breaking. Moksoyan then had the thought that he would discuss this matter with the head of the sect as soon as this event was resolved. Songbik and the other disciple who was going with him were on the other hand outside and traveling in the direction. Chun Myung was one of the Southern Edge sect. Disciples approached him and inquired about what would happen to the child. Songbik responded by suggesting that they should try to persuade the child to return, although the concept of persecuting a youngster did not sit well with him. He reasoned that the situation would appear even more serious if one of the more experienced members of the group carried it out, as the two of them continued to walk and converse. At the same time, Goi pondered what on earth the Mount Hua sect was thinking when they sent such a young child there by themselves. If the youngster had been a member of their sect, sending them there alone would not have been permitted. Songbik explained to Wiggle that the conditions of each sect are unique and that each must have had their own motives for doing what they did. Then Goi recalled that the circumstances of the Mount Hua sect aren't all that wonderful. But Songbik merely shrugged it off and remarked that they only need to carry out their mission first. He advised them to keep in mind that assisting their senior is their top concern. Goi then felt perplexed as a result of Songbik's unexpected stop. After then, Songbik gave a smirk and stated that it was no longer necessary to look for the child in question. Both of them were able to make out the child they have been searching for. Chun Myung, who is unaware of the two people's existence, was simply attending to his business. It was at that time that the two people greet him. Chun Myung turned his head to gaze at Songbik, who was formally greeting him by stating that he was pleased to see a disciple from the Mount Hua sect. But Chun Myung on the other hand didn't do much more than give a half-hearted bow and a hello, which made the mood unpleasant. Songbik then tried to strike up a discussion by inquiring as to where Chun Myung was going right now. Chun Myung didn't think twice before announcing that he was going to check on Elder Huang's health at the location where he was staying. As Songbak glanced at Chun Myung, he formed the opinion that he had a thick layer of skin. He was sure that there was no way a child like him could cure Elder Huang's disease. When even elders and important physicians just shrugged their shoulders, and now that he watched the youngster talk as if he could accomplish it, he thought that this child was clearly not all that good-natured. Songbik put on an act of smiling and asked Chun Myung for a few minutes of his time, to which Chun Myung graciously consented. He told Chun Myung in a nice way that he may have already known that the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect had developed through sword fighting with each other. Since ancient times, this was something that he said the Southern Edge sect in the Mount Hua sect had done even in modern times. There is a gathering known as the Southern Edge in Mount Hua sect conference, at which adherents of the two schools engage in combat with one another. However, in his response, Chun Myung stated that he was unaware of that because he had only recently joined the cult, and it had not been very long since he had done. So Songbik mumbled something after that, indicating that this was what he had been considering because he wouldn't be acting so superior to him right now. If he had seen the Southern Edge sect in Mount Hua sect conference after that, he relayed to Chun Myung that gaining exposure to the swordsmanship of the Mount Hua sect would be of tremendous assistance to his own training. He was inquiring about Chun Myung's availability to engage in combat with him. Songbik grinned and thought to himself that Chun Myung would turn him down because he had such high expectations for himself. However, contrary to his expectations, Chun Myung asked Songbik if he was indicating that he wanted to fight. Chun Myung was disgustingly disgruntled and asked Songbik this question. Songbik was taken aback by Chun Myung's attitude toward him, and it took him off guard. Songbik on the other hand asserted that it was not a battle but rather training in which the two participants exchanged various sword styles. However, Chun Myung did not trust him when Songbik responded that it was not a fight. Chun Myung questioned him further by asking then what is it in addition to that. He instructed him to stop beating around the bush. But Chung Myung simply ignored it because he relishes engaging in physical conflict at any time. Chung Myung continued to tell Songbik not to repent despite the fact that the latter's expression became even more befuddled. Both Chung Myung and Songbik stood apart from one another facing one another in the distance while the wind blew. Songbik then inquired about Chung Myung's monastic name, to which Chung Myung replied that he does not actually have one but that his name is Chung Myung. Songbik continued to press for an answer. Songbik informed him that he would refer to him as such. If it turned out to be the case, he instructed Chung Myung to pay attention to him and promised that he would offer him some guidance despite the fact that Chung Myung is still a youngster. He explained to Chung Myung that although he could believe he was not doing anything wrong at the moment, the state of world affairs is not necessarily decided by whether or not a person is acting inappropriately. Chung Myung, on the other hand, merely glanced at him without showing any sign of curiosity. Songbik persisted in giving him advice, telling him that he need to go back to the Mount Hua sect before he ran into any more significant difficulties. Songbik was taken aback when Chung Myung inquired as to whether or not he planned to engage in combat prior to the conclusion of ISO and GBAK speech. After that, Chung Myung remarked that he had a feeling that members of the Southern Edge sect would rather use words than swords. This infuriated Goi, who responded by raising his hand in anger. However, Songbik was able to halt him while keeping his own anger under control. Songbik gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself that he was not yet psychologically disciplined enough, since he couldn't help but want to beat the pulp out of that Brett. Song was thinking this as he clutched his sword. Songbik tightened his grip on his jaw in rage as he considered the possibility that there was no longer any justification for him to hold back. Once more, Songbik positioned his hands in front of him and made an official challenge to Chung Myung to engage in a fight. However, in spite of all of that excitement, Chung Myung instructed him to wait. Consequently, Songbik became irritated and asked him what the issue was this time around. Chung Myung responded by saying that he was not talking to him but rather to the person standing behind Songbik. He then asked Goi to lend him his sword, which left the two individuals absolutely dumbfounded. Goi pondered whether or not that was an appropriate statement for a follower of a well-known sect to make. The first thing that members of the swordsmanship sects are taught is to never allow anyone to lay their hands on their swords. Chung Myung asked him to borrow his weapon, and he cannot believe that Chung Myung would do such a thing. Since Goi asked Chung Myung how he could not carry a sword since he was a follower of a swordsmanship sect, Chung Myung responded by saying that he never thought that he would have to fight in such a manner. Goi was confused by Chung Myung's response. Goi's anger was further fueled by the fact that Chung Myung turned around and told him that it was fine if he couldn't give it to him, he'd just pick up anything else that he could use as a sword instead. Songbik, on the other hand, ordered Goi to lend Chung Myung his sword, but Goi is opposed to the idea. However, after Songbik threatened that if he did not lend it and people found out, the world would find out that they threatened a child from the Mount Hua sect to fight, who did not even have a sword, Goi could not say anything back to Songbik. He then summoned Chung Myung and thrust the sword in the direction of Chung Myung. But Chung Myung was quick enough to catch it as Chung Myung said, "Shall we begin now?" Songbik questioned Chung Myung about why he had not yet removed the sword from its sheath despite the fact that Chung Myung had not yet unsheathed it. Chung Myung provided a response stating that it was not like they were trying to kill each other, and as a result he does not see the need for it. However, Chung Myung had by his Songbik that he is free to draw his sword at any time if he so chooses. Songbik kept this side to calm himself down, and reflected that when he talked to Chung Myung, he got the impression that all of his mental development up until this point had been for nothing. First, Songbik contended to frighten him away by frightening him a little bit, but now he thought that Chung Myung would not listen to his words without a little lesson, and by lesson he meant the battle. Songbik's original goal was to scare him away by terrifying him a little bit. Songbik's fury flared up and he told Chung Myung that he should make sure to keep his guard up at all times. He explained to Chung Myung that by the time he recognized that he was not exhibiting any mercy to him, it would be too late for him to make a change in the situation. Chung Myung, who was becoming increasingly irritated by the incessant babbling, suggested that they move quickly, because they do not have the whole day. Altered his stance and prepared to engage in combat. He moved forward with a single step, then leaped toward Chung Myung and struck with his sword while it was still drawn. Nevertheless, Chung Myung was able to successfully stop it after the first blow. Songbik readied his sword for another strike and struck Chung Myung again, which caught Chung Myung again. But this time he was able to stop it. Goi was standing outside of the arena when he got the impression that Songbik was probably feeling extremely upset, and that he did not want the battle to stop right now. Goi, on the other hand, and simply shrugged it off and stated that it was the child's fault from the beginning, because he had gotten on Songbik's nerves. After that, he was of the opinion that Chung Myung had selected the incorrect individual to carry out the task, It might have appeared as though he was holding off Songbik, but in reality it was probably taking everything he had just to stay upright in the face of Songbik's assault. He believed that Songbik was holding back because if he finished the combat too quickly, people might complain that they needlessly mistreated a tiny child. He assumed that Songbik was holding back. Because of this possibility, Goi was certain that Songbik was just using enough power on Changmyang to just barely defend himself against Songbik's assaults. In other words, he was instructing the child without so much as striking him once during the entire process. He simply prays that Songbik does not become overly worked up about the situation. However, after trading a couple more hits with one another, Songbik struck Changmyang once more, but this time he was aware that Changmyang had deflected his blow despite the fact that he was using such a substantial sword. After giving it some thought, Songbik realized that his opponent had blocked even his first attack earlier, as if he had anticipated the path that his sword would take. Song because a strong suspicion that Changmyang was following the route of his blade, and he questioned whether or not Changmyang could do that without also reading his mind, even if he exaggerates his age. He appears to be no more than 15 years old, hence he would be approximately the same age as Iso and Gbak's younger brother. Assuming that Songbik has a sibling of that age, as Songbik makes his way once more towards Changmyang, he has a hard time believing that a child of that age could be capable of doing something like the such. While Changmyang readied his sword to make another defense, Songbik readied himself to make another attack. Changmyang moved his right foot to the back of his left foot and held the sword in his hand diagonally. Just as Songbik's blade was about to hit Changmyang, this caused Songbik's stroke to be deflected once more. After some time, Songbik came to the conclusion that Changmyang was successfully avoiding each and every one of his blows. Changmyang made a backward leap to create distance between them. While Songbik was lost in a trance looking at Changmyang, Songbik was confused since his swordsmanship was believed to be among the greatest in the Southern Edge sect. But he could not understand how Changmyang was blocking his blows. Songbik clenched his teeth in frustration as he let Kai pour into the hand that was clutching the blade. He encircled the sword with his Kai, thinking only of one thing: it was impossible for Changmyang to evade his assaults. And he just could not accept that fact. He encircled the blade with his Kai. After that, he looked across at Changmyang, who appeared to be terrified by what had just taken place, and just as he was going to strike the Changmyang envelope with Kai, Goi yelled at Songbik to stop what he was doing and told him to stop. This prompted Songbik to focus his attention on himself and swiftly pull his Kai back. In the meantime, Changmyang did nothing but stand there and wait for the attack to take place. However, the attack did not take place because Songbik stopped it before it struck him. When Songbik was ready to breathe a sigh of relief when he thought that he would finally be able to stop before he went all out to Changmyang, Changmyang abruptly soared away, looking as if Songbik's strike had heard when in fact it had not. The rear of Changmyang landed right in front of the entrance to the Union Merchant Guild. Both Songbik and Goi were taken aback. When Changmyang spewed blood, Changmyang immediately fell to the ground following the incident, which caused the blood that was dripping from his mouth to spread across the ground. He is extremely perplexed. Songbik was sure that his most recent strike had not hit Changmyang anyway, and he cannot understand how this could have happened. After that, Songbik was mute for a little period of time until Goi called him, at which point he was brought back to the present. Goi was rushing toward Changmyang, who was lying on the ground, and screamed at Songbik about what he had done to the young boy. Songbik made an effort to speak, but the words wouldn't just come out. He was too shocked by what was happening to be able to say anything at that moment. At that point, Goi had already grasped Changmyang in his arms, and Songbik could only stand there and watch from a distance, unsure of what action to take next. During the time that Songbik was able to get a distant view of Changmyang's face, he was able to confirm to himself that he had removed his Kai from the blade. In spite of this, he was not even able to scratch him when he was attacking him with all of his strength before. As a result, he is left wondering how it was even possible for him to fly backward like that when his sword hit him. After Songbik had removed his Kai from the blade at that very moment, Changmyang, who was at that point being held by Goi, let forth another cough, a fountain of blood. When Goi saw this, he was beyond shocked, and he was afraid, so in a panic, he asked Songbik what they should do about the situation. Songbik, on the other hand, did not respond to him. Instead, he just stood there with a blank face, amazed at the fact that blood could flow like that from a person's mouth. He had never seen anything like that before. By that time, Songbik's expression had entirely changed, as he had realized that, no matter how other people interpreted the situation, he was in the wrong. Songbik began to perspire merely from hearing Jonggui's voice when he finally arrived just in time at the scene. Jonggui was approaching. Goi was clutching Changmyang, who was bleeding like a fountain. Goi also noticed Jo and Gui's approach. They were able to see that Jonggui was exceedingly upset, which made Goi look pale. Chung Myung was then examined by a doctor who performed the examination right there and stated that Chung Myung's health is pretty critical. The doctor also stated that Chung Myung's inside organs are a mess and that he has to be treated right away. While all of them were rushing to get out of there and treat Chung Myung, Jonggui, Songbak and Go-wi merely stood there in the backdrop where Chung Myung's pool of blood was. Songbak appeared concerned and was incapable of uttering a word. All he could do was ask himself if there was a justification for what he had done. Even Zhuge grandfather was unable to offer a satisfactory explanation for what had taken place at this location. After that, Zhong readdressed them in a solemn manner and questioned how they could call themselves a prominent sect, after employing such a harmful method on a youngster. When Jonggui added that he thought the Southern Edge sect was on the correct path, he gave off an air of bewilderment and remorse as Jonggui moved closer to the pool of blood that Chung Myung had spilled. He was able to see his furious reflection in the blood. He inquired of them how he might handle the scenario that had just taken place right in front of his eyes. After giving Songbak the cold shoulder, Jonggui glared at Songbak with a furious expression on his face and vowed that he would never forget what had occurred earlier that day. The next thing he did was ask Songbak to leave their place as soon as possible, which took Songbak's surprise. Moksoyoung's voice made Songbak jump when he heard it behind him, inquiring about what was happening on there. Songbak recognized it as being his elder. After that, Moksoyoung questioned Jongyui about what was taking place, at which point Jonggui pointed out a pool of blood on the ground. After that, there was a return to the previous level of silence. Moksoyoung quickly became aware of what had transpired at that location. Moksoyoung cast a furious glance in Songbaek's direction while thinking angrily about what an idiot he is. Right away, he made an attempt to make things better by suggesting that there must have been some sort of accident. Jonggui, on the other hand, did not buy it and questioned how they could claim that it was merely an accident because the disciple from their Southern Edge sect came dangerously close to killing the boy who was tending to his father. Jonggui questioned the other members of their group about how they could simply dismiss what happened as an accident. As each of the lines increases on Jongui's face became more apparent, he became even more enraged. He then whispered that an accident is something that occurs via no one's deliberate action. After that, Songbak made a hasty attempt to justify himself by claiming that everything was just a misunderstanding, that he never used too much force and that the fight was nothing more than a normal duel. But of course Jonggui did not let that pass and claimed that was not the issue. There he then asked him why he would ever lift their sword against a disciple from the Mount Hua sect in the first place. But Songbak was unable to say anything in response to Jongui's question. After that, Jonggui talked about the sword duel. He stated that despite the fact that he was not very familiar with how things work in the Kangho, he did remember hearing that sword duels make sense only when they are between people of rivaling strength. This is the reason why Jonggui was so angry, because they fought Chung Myung, who was just a child who had barely lived half of Songbaek's age. After that, Jonggui asked Songbak, "Is that how it is in the Southern Edge sect?" These were the words that struck a chord in Songbaek's heart. After that, Jonggui informed them that he had nothing else to say to them, and he instructed Moksoyoung to take his student and depart from their location as soon as possible. Moksoyoung was unable to do much more than look at Jonggui with a discontented expression, because Jonggui was functioning as the master of the Yuna Merchant Guild at the time. Moksoyoung then told Jonggui the final things that he had to say. He said that he would do what Jonggui instructed, but he also said that the Southern Edge sect earnestly wished for Elder Huang's full recovery. Despite what had occurred there, however, Jonggui just walked away and claimed that he would retain what Moksoyoung said in his mind. He continued as he passed by Moksoyoung that he would keep that in mind, despite the fact that his tone of voice suggested that this was not the case at all. Boxing had no choice but to maintain his silence. After that, Moksoyoung announced to Songbak that he would be going back to their place with Go-wi without him, which both shocked and perplexed Songbak. He delivered the message to Songbak with a chilly demeanor that whoever was to blame for that situation must accept full responsibility for it before going back to their temple. Moksoyoung instructed Songbak to remain there and do whatever it takes in order to gain the forgiveness of Jonggui. Because of this, Songbaek's face became more serious and he clenched his teeth in preparation to comply with his senior. Chung Myung was found unconscious and lying down inside the mansion of the Yuna Merchant Guild, while someone was telling Jongyui that Chung Myung's health was critical because his Kai had been fully depleted. The man continued by saying that the doctor had also mentioned that even though they had treated Chung Myung, it was not possible to ensure that she would make a full recovery. After that, Jonggui questioned whether Chung Myung's life was no longer in danger, to which the man replied that he would presume that to be the case. After that, Zhonghui mumbled something about relief. If that was indeed the case, the man said that it will take at least 2 or 3 days for Changmyang to regain consciousness. In response to Jongui's question about whether or not the doctor had said anything about when Changmyang would regain consciousness, Zhonghui let out a sigh, looked at Changmyang and expressed his desire that his father's condition would not deteriorate before the scheduled visit. This boy is the only one who was able to improve his father's condition, and he did so single-handedly. It's possible that he's the only person who can save his father. Zhonghui was perplexed as to why they would assault a youngster of such a young age and beat him till he was unconscious. Jongui's train of thought proceeded with the idea that if those people had even the slightest amount of respect for the Yuna Merchant Guild and his father, they never would have done something like that. Zhonghui tightened his grip on his fist as he contemplated the fact that the Southern Edge sect had become too naughty. The man then asked Zhonghui if he truly believes that Changmyang could save Elder Huang because he is unable to bring himself to trust Changmyang. At this time, Songbuk responded by saying that he does believe that Changmyang could save. Elder Huang was able to enumerate all the signs of his father's illness without even seeing him in person, although Zhonghui responded that none of the numerous notable doctors they had brought were able to detect his father's disease. Lastly, his father's condition has shown significant signs of improvement. The other person didn't say anything. So Zhonghui continued by saying that his belief in Changmyang is not without foundation, and that he interprets that as the heavens trying to assist him. After that, Zhonghui gave the man permission to do whatever it was he could think of to expedite Changmyang's recovery to the fullest extent feasible. Then in the middle of the night, an unknown stranger wearing a hood broke into Changmyang's bedroom and looked at the unconscious body of Changmyang. After that, he prepared a spell by raising his 2 index fingers while he was saying that it was payback for getting in his way. The man in the hood's 2 fingers emitted a color that was a mixture of red and black. The fingers of the masked man then attempted to attack Changmyang, but they were unsuccessful. The hooded man was shaken up by this, but he was much more shaken up when he saw Changmyang awake and staring at him straight on. Changmyang grinned, and then he reached out and grabbed the attacker's arm, pulling it away from his neck.
After that, he gave a sneering grin and said, "Gotcha." This caused the aggressor to become irritated, and he attacked Changmyang with his left arm a second time. This time his hand was full of the same black and crimson energy that had been emanating from his 2 fingers previously. However, the attacker was unsuccessful once more when Changmyang rolled his body up into the air, causing him to avoid the blow. After that, Changmyang made a safe landing on the back of the person who had attacked her. After that, the man attacked Changmyang once more, but Changmyang avoided the blow by flipping and rolling to a high altitude. After that, the aggressor prepped another ball of energy in his hand and announced that he had Changmyang. Now, given that there was no way for him to avoid that while he was in midair, in point of fact, Changmyang did not avoid it. Rather, he kicked it. This caused the attacker to be startled. Once more, Changmyang landed on the ground. After what he had done after that, he told the person who had attacked him that they had probably misinterpreted something. It was not Changmyang who came out on the losing end of this situation. Rather, it was him. People, we made it there just in the nick of time, along with Jongui's then questioned the attacker about what he was doing there, and he mentioned the name of the attacker as if you were familiar with him, saying that the attacker's name was Jabak Bun. Jabak made an effort to utter anything, but he was unable to do so. While Changmyang was walking toward Jongui and the others who were there with him, he picked up a piece of cloth that was lying on the ground and put it as a tie on his hair. Changmyang smiled broadly as he observed the offender and proceeded to inform Zhong that he had previously informed him that the offender would reveal himself on his own accord. Jongui responded that even though he was a little dubious because of what he said, seeing how it played out, he does not have anything to say since the general is the last person he would expect to be behind this. The next thing that happened was that Jabak questioned Changmyang about why he suspected him, but Changmyang responded by saying that he did not suspect him. He stated that he had never anticipated that anyone would be the offender. He explained to him that he had merely believed that the villain would go after his life if he appeared to be hurt. After he had shown that he knew how to treat Jongui, when Jabak followed up by asking what would happen if he did not show up, Changmyang simply responded that he had no other option but to show up. If he had been successful in killing him, he would have been able to pin the entire incident on the Southern Fringe sect. Changmyang was confident that the perpetrator would not pass up an opportunity such as that one. After that, Jabak leveled the accusation at Changmyang, stating that he must have conspired with the Southern Edge sect to carry out the plot. Yuanji responded by saying that this was not the case at all, and that he was simply fortunate that they proposed a duel to him. Jabok then inquired about the extent of Chung Myung's wounds, at which point the attending physician informed Jabok that Yuanji had lost consciousness due to internal injuries. However, Chung Mi-un questioned Jabok, asking why he would ask something that was so self-evident. He shared with Jabok that he would not have consented to do that if he could not even fool a doctor with his deception. The conversation continued with Chung Mi-un, stating that it seems as though he has a lot of questions, but regrettably, they were not there to answer him because the most essential thing is that he fell into Chung Mi-un's trap, and they now identify the person who poisoned Elder H. Wang. This is the most significant thing. However, even after Yuanjin had finished speaking, Jabok continued to scoff and laugh, making fun of Yuanjin. This led Chung Mi-un and to wonder what was so funny about the circumstance that Jabok was laughing at just because Jabok had assaulted Chung Mao. Jabok asked Chung Mi-un if he was telling him that he was Elder H. Wang's poisoner. It was an attempt on his part to win Zhou Enjui's favor by convincing him that he should not believe what Yuanji had to say. Jabok explained to him that Yuanjin was overlooking the most crucial aspect of the argument in his reasoning. In response, Enjui inquired as to the significance of the matter he was discussing. Jabok asked him how it was possible for him to do something so terrible to Elder H. Wang. After the way he had treated him, he assured Jangri that he was certain that that was also the reason why Enjui would not believe Jabok was responsible for the crime. He said that he was sure of it as he remained still. Enjui eyed Jabok with a serious expression on his face. After that, Enjui questioned Jabok only. If that were not the truth, he would have attempted to assassinate Yuanji, and why'd he disguise the fact that he was a martial artist in the first place? However, the only response that Enjui received was an accusation that Yuanji had been tricking. Jabok added that even the most renowned medical professionals were unable to treat Elder Twain, so it is difficult to fathom how a child of such a young age could ever be capable of doing that. Enjui responded by yelling at Jabok that if that was what he thought, then he should have tried to convince him, and he questioned Jabok if he really thought that he could use that as a justification for what he did. In response, Jabok stated that even if he made an effort to listen, he still would not because he had already lost his mind. According to Jabok, those who have been tricked do not pay attention to what others have to say. He reasoned that the only way to restore Zhang with sanity was to kill Chung Maya, which he shouted while pointing his finger at Chuma. In response, Yuanji looked at him as though he were insulted by the statement. Chung Mi-un interrupted Jabok's babbling before even allowing him to finish his rambling. He grumbled at having to listen to his excuses for such a long time. Yuanji moved closer to him and encircled his fist with Kai. As he did so, Yuanji has announced that he is going to defeat him easily and then call it a day. And when Yuanji was on the verge of reaching him, Jab panicked and used his crimson energy to repel Chung Mi-un's attack. As soon as that took place, Chung Mi-un's palm began to turn red, and Elder H. Wang experienced the same thing. He instructed everyone to focus their attention on the hand he was holding up. Since Enjui cared for his father on a near daily basis, there was no way that he could have avoided noticing that fact. He observed it as soon as it occurred to him. Yuanji told them that what they were witnessing at this very moment was referred to as the Red Demon Hand. In the event that they are struck by a high-level Red Demon Hand, their entire body will turn a dark red color, and they will pass away within a day and a half. According to Chung Mi-un, it was not a particularly potent one, but it was surely sufficient to kill a man if their adversary was an elderly man who had no prior experience with martial arts. Things would go quite well for them. As soon as Javak was found out, his face changed into that one, making him look like a rat who had been caught in a trap. Yuanji gave Jabok a reassuring grin and warned him that he might change his mind about Jabok's guilt if someone other than Jabok were to come into close proximity with him and be able to infuse him with demonic energy. After that, Enjui yelled at the top of his lungs, giving the command to instantly grab Jabok and kill him if he resisted being taken captive. The others who were there at the time obeyed, and they pulled their swords out quickly. Jabok did not offer justifications any longer and instead prepared even more of his demonic power. He yelled that he would have been able to carry out his plan successfully if only Cheonji had not been in the way. On the other hand, Sonjek was observed to be ruminating about something while sitting on the stairs of the Uniguild, which was located someplace within the Uniguild where the mayhem had not yet spread. When he thought back to what his mentor had instructed him, all he could do was sigh. He reasoned that his elder had most likely meant for it to be interpreted as a form of punishment for him, rather than as an order. After that, he became aware of the noise and the cloud of smoke in the area where he had heard the noise. It was unclear to him what the conversation was about at that specific place. Jabok attempted to assault Cheonji and Jongi by channeling his demonic force, but Chung Myung was able to stop blowing the wall all off the chamber they were in. Cheonji then stated that because everything had been brought to light, Jabok might provide the missing information at a later time, as if Jabok would be willing to collaborate at a later time. But for the time being, Cheonji has stated that he simply desires to defeat him first and get this matter resolved as quickly as possible. Given how exhausted he is now, it was impossible for Jabok to trust Cheonji, so he merely commented on his haughtiness. He inquired of Chiang Mei on whether or not he truly believed that he could control the full strength of his crimson demon hand. Chung Myung then responded by saying that he was not talking to himself, which caused Jabok to get confused. Chung Myung turned his head to look behind him, and Jongi did the same. Cheonji pointed his gaze in the direction of Sonjek Kinseta, hero from the Southern Fringe sect who had arrived at the perfect moment to vanquish the demon, and remarked, "There he is." Sonjek, who had just arrived, became perplexed when Chung Myung questioned whether or not he came to save them song, because a look of complete bewilderment on his face as he pointed a finger at his own face, while asking why it was him. Cheonji then pointed Zhangri beside him with his mouth. He made a very unattractive face, and it appeared as though he was trying to send a signal to Sonjek. After taking a glance at Jongi, Sonjek immediately understood what Chun Mayan had been getting at. It was the ideal opportunity for him to make amends for his previous behavior. After Sonjek was made aware of this, he took a quick breath to calm his nerves and told himself that if this turned out to be reality, then he would make the most of this opportunity. Sambi grabbed his sword and ran toward Jabok, fully prepared to chop the latter down to size. After that, he advanced while yelling, "You will be defeated by the blade of the Southern Edge Sect demon." As he did so, Cheonji could only smile in response to this, while he continued to watch the ongoing conflict in the midst of the mayhem. Chung Myung informed Jongi that they had resolved one of the issues, but Jongi did not believe him because the fight was not yet done. Chung Myung swayed Jongi's concerns by assuring him that the process would not be drawn out for very long. After all, Sonjek is a disciple from a prestigious sect, and there was no way that he would lose to someone who had not practiced martial arts to a very deep level. Jongi is still skeptical about it, and he inquired of Chun Mei on whether or not that individual was not someone who had extensive experience in martial arts, considering that Chung Myung had previously demonstrated Jabok's capabilities. Chung Myung answered while he showed them his healing hand that he was not lying when he mentioned that Jabok is able to employ the red demon hand. He said this while he was showing them his healing hand. He claimed that he was merely exaggerating the symptoms in order to demonstrate to them what Jabok was capable of achieving in the long run. While looking at Chung Myung's hand, Zhang questioned him about whether or not Cheonji was a true Taoist. Chung Myung did not dither before responding and asserted without reservation that he is in fact the Taoist with the most experience in the entire world. Later on, as the battle was still going on, Cheonji, who was growing weary of waiting, slumped down on the ground and yawned sleepily. As he dozed off from exhaustion, Chung Min turned around and had a look at what was going on behind him. He was confused as to why they had been battling for nearly an hour at this point, and he lamented the fact that he had not defeated Jabok on his own. The battle had been going on for far too long. Finally, after everything that had happened, Songbik prevailed over Jabok, causing him to collapse to the ground, while groaning. Somik appears to be in a state of disarray as he takes in big breaths. After that, Sonjek, who appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, notified Jongi and Cheonji, who were following him, that he had defeated the villain. In his response, Jongi told him that he had done a good job and that he would never forget the assistance that the Southern Edge sect provided after hearing that Songek fell to the ground, as if he had felt the burden taken off of his shoulder. While he was on the ground, of course, he thanked Zhang for everything. Shishunji stood by Zhong's side and remarked that the ordeal was finally done despite the fact that it had lasted for quite some time. Zhongji remained silent as he gazed in the direction of Cheunji and thought to himself that he did not know how to characterize the current circumstances. Chung Ma Yuanj was able to find a solution to the issue that had been ongoing for more than a year in just 2 days. Zhang Mi questioned whether or not a problem of that nature could have been solved with such a simple solution, but of course, not if it had been so easy all along, then anyone would have been able to figure out who the crook was. It is almost as if Ma Yuanj conceals inside him the presence of a perceptive and knowledgeable specialist. After that, Zhang We questioned Ma Yuanj regarding the reason why the general targeted Elder H. Wang Zhong's father. He was interested in Chung Mian's perspective on the problem. Ma Yuanj provided a response and unequivocally stated that he had none to offer. Chung Mian stated with a gleeful expression on his face that it was the role of an official to determine the assailant's motivations and that he was merely there to find a solution to the problem and receive his reward. Zhongji could only sigh when Chung Ma Yuanjin questioned him about the reward, but it wasn't a sigh of irritation. Rather, it was more of a sigh that meant it cannot be helped, but he nevertheless answered that of course he had his reward ready to go after that. Zhongji made Ma Yuanji recall that he had not requested that he find the person responsible for the crime. Rather, he had requested that he healed his father. Zhongji inquired of Ma Yuanj regarding the possibility of him making that happen. Ma Yuanj flashed a grin and said with self-assurance that he most certainly would. Zhongji responded and extended his hands to Chung Maya, saying that he would swear to help them out. Hui's act, if that were the case, even if it required him to completely append the Yuna Merchant Guild. In order to do so, after hearing what Zhongji had to say, Ma Yuanjin was taken aback to the point where he instantly grabbed Zhongji's hand. Zhang was relieved to witness Chung Mian's response, and he advised Ma Yuanjin not to let what he said affect him to the extent that it did. But the response that Chung Mian gave was the exact opposite of what Zhongji had anticipated. Contrary to what Zhang We believed, Ma Yuanj was not affected, but rather angry. Ma Yuanj inquired of Zhongji as to whether or not he was joking with him. This was shocking to Zhongji, who was taken aback by it. Ma Yuanj exclaimed that he should be the one to receive the reward. So what the heck is Zhongji trying to convey here? Ma Yuanj questioned why the Mount Hua sect would receive all of the rewards, since he was the one who carried out all of the labor. Zhongji was at a loss for words at this moment and could only look at Ma Yuanj with soulless eyes. It wasn't until that moment that Zhongji really understood that Ma Yuanj was even more insane than he had previously believed. He was. Chung Mian sat down on the chair as he contemplated the fact that the only thing left to do at this point was to treat Elder H. Wang's illness. While he was engaged in serious thought, Chung Mian's eyes were closed. This was not a very challenging task in any way, and he even enjoyed the fact that he was able to cause trouble for the Southern Edge sect as a result of his actions. However, there is a catch to this. After that, Chung Mian opened his eyes and admitted to himself that if he was being completely truthful, he did not feel very secure about what he was doing. Although he gave the impression that he was completely sure of himself in front of Zhongji, Chung Ma Yuanjin was actually uncertain about whether or not it was feasible to cure Elder Atwank. After all, the man we know now is not the saint associated with the Plum Blossom Sword. If Chung Mian makes a mistake that causes the demonic Kai that resides inside Elder H. Wang to begin acting up, Elder H. Wang will pass away instantly and quietly without uttering a sound. When Chang Man looked at the dead body of Elder H. Wang, all he could do was sigh as he stood there. Ma Yuanji placed his hands on Elder H. Wang's arm. He had not yet given up hope of being able to save him. Nevertheless, no one can know for certain whether it is feasible without at least attempting it. It was as if Chung Mian dove into water when he closed his eyes and his awareness invaded Elder H. Wang's body. Once his boots touched the ground, he was able to see that his immediate area was infested with red snakes, which looked much more repulsive because they were all crammed into the same area. Yuan kept staring at it, and eventually he realized that it was the evil Kai that was contained within Elder H. Wang's body. Yuan was about to come under attack from the Crimson Snakes when they began to slither. Cheng Mian then made the observation that Elder H. Wang's physique contained an excessive amount of demonic Kai. He stated that even though the user had some demonic Kai lacking, it was still considered to be demon Kai. Cheng Mian was unsure whether or not his Kai would be effective, but he promised that he would try his best. Cheng Mian raised the sword into the air and braced himself to battle the snakes that appeared to number in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Cheng Mian brandished his sword and severed the heads of the snakes from their bodies with a single swing of the blade. After that, he noticed an opening in the darkness that had been obscured by snakes. It gave him reason to believe that there was yet a chance to save Elder H. Wang. When he stopped to think about it, it was completely evident that he had only taken in the purest Kai possible. If Cheng Mian had not concentrated on that, he would have been able to collect at least 10 times more Kai than he actually did. Challenge Yuan continued to cut the snakes to the left and right, and as he did so, the redness that had been covering Elder H. Wang's body became considerably lighter and began to return to its previous form. This battle between Cheng Mian and the Demon Kai has long since been resolved. The question now is how much longer Elder H. Wang will continue to cling on. Yuan then slashed again and told Elder Twing to wait a bit longer. Even though he wouldn't be answered, he guaranteed me, while looking intently at me, that he would finish what he was doing right away. After that, the snakes began to flee in the opposite direction, which left Cheng Mian perplexed. Yuan's consciousness began to reassert itself in his own body as he questioned himself over the location of the snakes. After he took a look at Elder H. Wang's condition, he noticed that Elder H. Wang's had appeared as though it was about to blow apart. He suddenly understood that Elder Twang was being bitten by the snakes. It dawned on him that he needed to approach this situation with extreme caution, because if he attacked them carelessly and stoked a conflict within his own mind, Elder H. Wang would not be able to live through it if Cheng Mian does nothing to stop it. However, the demonic Kai will quickly spread throughout his body in an unstoppable manner. He is so busy that he doesn't even have time to consider this. Elder H. Wang will perish if he attacks, but even if he doesn't, he will still perish. In the end, Yuan was caught in a scenario in which there was no clear path forward. Taking that into consideration, he chose not to engage in either activity. To corner the snakes, he infused Elder Twang with his Kai energy, and then he placed Cheng Mian's hand on Elder Twing head. This left the snakes with nowhere to go but Cheng Mian's hand, which he had placed on Elder H. Wang's head. Cheng Mian opened the door for the snakes and allowed the demonic Kai to enter his body. Groaning, Cheng Mian had a throbbing agony in his chest as he continued to take in the Kai of the demons that were being absorbed by his body. The fact that Yuan had to land on his knees on the ground caused him a great deal of discomfort. However, he did not give up. Rather, he challenged himself by stating that there was no way that he would lose consciousness in the face of anything like this. He continued to fight, even as his fingers scratched the floor, and as his body suffered excruciating anguish. He would not give in. His pride in his role as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint would not allow it. However, he quickly noticed that he was gradually losing consciousness as his vision became increasingly blurry. But despite this, he did not give up. Instead, he reminded himself that he needed to get himself together, because once he lost consciousness, it would all be over. Even if his body is youthful, it won't be able to keep going for very much longer. Because of this, Yuan was able to enter his consciousness and tell him that he had to do this as soon as possible. It was possible for him to see the snake's eyes flame red before it suddenly moved forward toward him in an attempt to attack. Yuan sidestepped the oncoming snake and jumped onto its back, where he used it as a footing to scale the wall and reach closer to the top. Yuan jumped off the back of the snake he was walking on and slashed the many snakes that were on top of the mountain. After he successfully delivered that blow, one of the large red snakes consumed him in its entirety, and while Cheng Mian was still inside the snake's mouth, he slashed its interior and reaped its head from the inside. Cheng Mian turned around and noticed that the remaining fragments of the snake's body that he had slain had fallen behind him. At that moment, he recognized that their pace had abruptly risen in an unnatural manner. All of a sudden, the snakes began to pursue him, but he continued to stab at them. Because of this, it became increasingly difficult for him to track them with his eyes, which resulted in him being attacked by a large number of them. All at once, however, he killed the snakes that were attacking him all at once by moving his blade in a left-to-right motion. When the snakes were still inside Elder H. Wang's body, things were handled differently. They are throwing everything they have at it, and it appears as though they are aware that there is nowhere else for them to go. As Avenge Manhwa considered this, he began to perspire heavily and experience an increase in fatigue because he had not gathered a significant amount of Kai. He was already feeling exhausted because he allowed this to go on for such a long time. He put himself in a difficult position. The way things are going, it is possible that they will be successful in consuming Manhwa's body. After Chung Myung had evaded one of the snakes that was attempting to consume him, another one of the snakes got him in its mouth while he was in midair, causing him to side shake. Manhwa was ready to attack the snake that had him caught in its mouth when he was bitten in the arm by another snake, which caused him to drop his sword. Soon after that, there was no stopping any of the other snakes from joining in. There was no escape. The snakes now had Manhwa in their custody and were preventing him from moving about. Now that it had come to that, he realized that there was nothing else he could do other than that, the activity that he would want to keep away from if at all possible, even though he knows that if he makes a mistake, his body and consciousness will be destroyed. He has no other option. Kai began to flow outward from Chung Myung's body at the location of his two fists. There is only one way to purge his body of all of the evil Kai that has been residing within it. It was to disperse the Kai that was stored in his denshin throughout his entire body so that it could blast all of his internal organs at once. As a consequence of this, the bodies of the snakes that were assaulting him disintegrated. When he did that, anguish spread throughout Chung Myung's entire body. He moaned in agony and clenched his teeth to get through the discomfort. The pieces of his body were beginning to fall apart. After that, a cloud of blood-red smoke emanated from his body. This was the Kai of the demon. After that, his body fell to the ground, and clear smoke emanated from his body. As it lay there, Chung Myung eventually came to and instantly began clutching his chest upon regaining awareness. After a period of time, when he thought about it, his heart was beating so quickly that he almost didn't make it. He made a pact with his conscience that he would never act in such a way again. It was pure luck that he was able to control a demonic Kai at his level. In all likelihood, he would not have been able to do so, and at that moment, Elder H. Wang finally opened his eyes as Manhwa was mumbling to himself. Elder H. Wang then asked Chung Myung, who he was before, looking at him with blurry eyes, and noticing that Chung Myung had noticed what had happened. Elder H. Wang was questioned by Manhwa about his level of consciousness. According to Chung Myung, he was a Zion, which in Taoism indicates that he is spiritually eternal. Elder H. Wang immediately thought that Chung Myung had arrived in hell following his death based on what he heard from Chung Manhwa. The problem at the Una Merchant Guild was soon resolved after Elder H. Wang regained consciousness and took control of his surroundings. If it weren't for Chung Manhwa, Bakban's schemes would have been a success. The H. Wang family would have been wiped out, and he would have acquired all of their fortune. But Chung Myung stood in the way, along with other reasons that were intended to make them feel sorry for him. Bakban disclosed the fact that he is the son of a merchant who was formerly the rival of the Una Merchant Guild. He also disclosed the fact that he is a merchant himself. On the other hand, Chung Myung did not give a damn. Everyone on this planet has their own personal history to tell. However, this does not give you the right to avoid the consequences of your misdeeds in any way. Manhwa was only interested in one thing, and that was the manner in which Jabakban had obtained the red demon hand. However, even the method itself was something that he discovered when traveling through the highlands and had found on a dead body. It was plain to read on Chung Myung's face that he was feeling a great deal of dissatisfaction. Consequently, he chose to disregard it and reasoned that if the demon cult had been responsible for this, it would not have been that simple, because it is their specialty to get rid of everybody who causes them even the least amount of trouble. In any case, now that Chung Myung had apprehended the perpetrator, cured Elder H. Wang of his illness, and discovered that the demon sect had not been engaged in this at all, it was safe to declare that everything had a happy ending. Because of this, the Una Merchant Guild treated him like a VIP, and by VIP, the man meant a very prominent person. This was all thanks to him. He had a feast filled with delectable cuisine, and of course alcoholic beverages. While Manhwa was gorging himself on food as if there was no tomorrow, an anxious and concerned voice came from the direction of his father. The sound came from the outside. Elder H. Wang and Jongui, who were both concerned about him, even after seeing him enter the room in which Chung Myunji was eating, and said that they were relieved to hear that he was feeling better now. Elder H. Wang questioned Ji Myunji on whether or not it was correct for him to assume that Myunji was he. Myunji said, while his mouth was still full of food, that he was correct, and that he was the one that Elder H. Wang saw when he woke up. Myunji then tried to make an excuse for himself by claiming that the reason he probably did not know him was because he had eaten too much. The two only looked at him with lifeless eyes, and from Jeonjui's point of view, it was easy to see how Myunji could have become twice as plump in just 3 days. After that, the chubby Chung Myom inquired as to whether or not they had any commercial dealings with him. Elder H. Wang then asked him for forgiveness, saying that he was sorry if he was being impolite, but he had a request to make of him.